with an A.
Diddy was Michael Jordan, and Paul. Oh man!
So who was Mark Mattson? Was he?
I don't think he was invited.
He involved?
That is
Hey, Lamar, your
ridiculous,
thoughts?
man.
Lamar, your thoughts?
I'm not going to convict him off of that, but that's ridiculous.
If you need up to $3,000, go to WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com is the name you can trust. It's free to use, available 24/7, and you are never required to accept any loan offer. Some lenders offer same-day funding. If you need up to $3,000, type WeFixMoney.com directly into your browser. WeFixMoney.com has been helping customers for 15 years and has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. So if you need cash for credit card bills, car repairs, childcare, or anything else, go to WeFixMoney.com. Make sure you type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. Go to the company you trust, WeFixMoney.com. It's free to use, available 24/7, and some lenders offer same-day funding. Just fill in the information and get an answer in minutes at WeFixMoney.com. For up to $3,000, go to WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com.
The Royals play here.
First pitch from Wilson. Fastball scorched up the middle, a base hit into center field. Jack Caglione is 4 for 4 this afternoon. The 1-2 pitch. Line toward shortstop, Witt dives and makes the catch. Another incredible grab from Bobby Witt Jr. He defies gravity.
Your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Oh, Downy in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you are 50 or older, it is recommended that you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia, a potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can disrupt your life for weeks. If you're an adult 19 to 49 with certain underlying medical conditions like asthma, diabetes, chronic heart disease, or COPD, vaccination is also recommended. Talk to your doctor about vaccination today and learn more at lung.org/protectyourself. Furnished by the American Lung Association in collaboration with Pfizer.
Hey, it's Alex Gold, and since I'm the single guy here at the station, yeah, I know.
Wow, how surprising.
They're having me read this promo about Instagram. You probably didn't even know we had an Instagram, right?
Hello, Instagram followers.
But now you do. So do me a favor and go follow us at TheFan965. Win tickets, get behind-the-scenes content from the station. Plus, watch videos like Chiefs Take Tuesday and Best Bets on Sundays.
100%.
You're listening to your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Camp in July. 96.5 The Fan. KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
It is Thursday. The U.S. Open officially begins. McMorray, day 2 at OTAAS. The needle will be moved.
Oh, is today the day you're going
Thursday,
back out
baby.
there?
Yeah, you thought Tuesdays were horny.
Yeah.
Welcome to Thursdays at OTAAs with McMorray, baby.
He's still young, so I can understand why this is a little more exciting for him than a good Tuesday. Yeah, you get
What
the
you pack in
opportunity.
your backpack? Got a bottle of water? Yep.
Yeah.
Got some shades? Yep. Got some sunscreen? Yep. Got some duct tape? Why do you have duct tape? Well, it's that or Gorilla Glue, and I don't want to pull either.
You know, you should get Flex Seal. That works, man. You can Flex Seal that thing together.
I know that I'm hard.
Yeah.
You'll be out there today, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm pumped in.
God,
Right.
he is
Andy
there.
Reid
speaking today.
He is ready to go,
This might be the first time in a long time Mac got up before the sun.
Yeah.
He's ready, dude. Barely sleep.
It's OTA day 3.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Honey, it's 4 a.m. I'm not awake yet. Oh, it's not for you, babe.
Yeah, it is OTA day, and Andy Reid's talking today, baby. Let's go.
It's for One Arrowhead Drive.
Yeah.
We'll get into what was the realization of maybe last night's game for some of us with the Royals and the Skankies.
Yeah.
Because boy, that's tough to watch.
It is.
But I'm still there every night, as should most of you be. You should all be there. But sometimes, after the game's over, you go somewhere to, change the viewing point of your mindset. And for some reason, like most people would go watch, I don't know, something worth, your time or to make you feel good about yourself. You guys decided to watch Chiefs versus Titans, a.k.a. Alex Smith's last game.
It was on.
Kansas City,
Yeah.
after getting beat by the Yankees again.
Well, it's 5-0, and then Judge goes oppo, and I'm like, okay, let's see what else we got going on in the world today, right? And I stumbled upon the Chiefs-Titans game on NFL Network yesterday. And let me tell you something. I went to bed at halftime of this game with a 21-3 lead. And then I wake up this morning and find out we lost that football game. I still don't understand how the hell we lost that football game. And I still don't think people understand really how good Alex Smith was as a quarterback here in Kansas City. He was out at OTAs yesterday checking out the Chiefs. I don't know if he'll be there again today. If he is, you go up to him and you say, you would come on the show, please, and get his phone number. That's how we work those things. That's how we make connections. I'm giving you a little bit of a lesson on the air, on
Taking
the fly. You go up to Alex, you introduce yourself, you shake his hand, say, just watch that game last night. Man, you were awesome in that game. 6:30 tomorrow work for you. It works for us, right? So that's how
Do
you
you
get
think
it.
they should have put Mahomes in?
Yeah, well, no, they never should. Alex Smith in the first quarter of that game was a perfect quarterback. He had 154 yards passing in the first quarter. Wow. And the only reason he had 2 incompletions is because Tyreek Hill dropped 2 passes in the first quarter of that game. Otherwise, he would have been perfect.
That's like horseradish.
They are up 21-3 in that game. 21-3 in that game going into halftime. And they ended up losing the football game. And throughout the entire game, I found it very funny because that was John Gruden's last game broadcasting before he went back to the Raiders. We all know how that, philosophy thing ended out there in philosophy. I don't even know what that meant, but how that thing ended out in Las Vegas, Oakland, and all of that. Now John Gruden's on Barstool. So many people in that game that you've totally forgot about, like Kevin Pierre-Louis was playing in that game. Forgot about Kevin Pierre-Louis, KPL, man. But John Gruden just kept saying, I wouldn't turn this thing over to Patrick Mahomes. I'd keep Alex Smith for as long as we possibly can. There's no reason to give up on Alex Smith. The Chiefs will be making a big mistake if they get rid of Alex Smith. I mean, the praise of Alex Smith in that game, when we all knew it was Alex's last game and he was going to be moving on and Patrick Mahomes was going to take over and whatnot. But that game for me, I realized, like, again, I didn't go back and watch the second half because I was done at that point. We're up 21-3. I went to bed. I figured it was over, right? How the hell did we lose that game to the Tennessee Titans? And Dusty's like, Revis?
Yeah, exactly. Revis. Travis Kelce got concussed.
Well, and that was the other thing. Travis got knocked out of that game, and that changed the entire dynamic of that game. Demarcus Robinson, really good, though. I mean, he was really good in that football game. Still an underappreciated wide receiver, I think, here in KC. But Alex Smith, with the realization for me coming out of that game was we have basically forgotten how good Alex Smith really was as a quarterback, and especially that year. He had his best year that year for the Chiefs, over 4,000 yards. He was brilliant in that season, and he was great in that game against the Tennessee Titans, at least in that first half, giving you that 21-3 lead. I think sometimes we forget Alex Smith was really good. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes is better, but, man, we forget how good Alex Smith really was as a quarterback.
Well, you talk about the juice that Cags brings to this lineup or brought to this lineup at times. It's the same thing. Like, I think we all knew going into that year, like, this was it for Alex. Like, he needed to showcase that he could do it still, so that way he could get that contract. It ended up being, like, a really awesome deal
like
at the end.
$80 million or something.
And Washington got him, and then they got, what was it, Kendall Fuller for the trade there or whatever. And, yeah, I mean, it was one of those things where, like, Alex started throwing the deep ball a little bit more that year. And I was at that game, actually. I was covering it with Brad Fanning and I.
Oh, nice.
And when Mariota threw it off Revis's face,
you knew it was done.
And he caught it and went in. I looked, and I think that made it 21-10.
Yeah, I think you're right about
that. Or maybe
that.
21-17. It was something like that. And I remember I looked right into Brad Fanning's face. Because here's the thing. I was at my buddy's house, watched the Colts game when they lost that game and they were up whatever that score was.
Right, yeah.
I was at the Pittsburgh game that they moved back because of what was going to be weather, and it was hilarious. Yeah. We didn't give up a touchdown, and they lost. And then that happened when it hit Revis in the face.
Right.
And I remember to this day, and if Brad's listening, he'll text me and tell me, but, like, I remember to this day, I looked at him and said, this game is over.
Yeah.
And he goes, what are you talking about? Like, he always would be like, what are you talking about? And he'd always call me, like, numb nuts.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, numb nuts? And I said, Brad, I've seen this before. I've been in this seat before. I know how this ends. And then all of a sudden, drop pass, forward progress, on Derek Johnson. And I just kind of wheel my chair back. And Fanning looks at me. He's like, you son of a... And I'm like, what? He goes, you called it? And I was like, I've seen this. And that's so great that you watched this last night because that's where we were. And now where we are, it's almost 180 because now you're down by 10 with 7 minutes left. You're like, hey, it ain't over.
We got this, right? Yeah, we got this.
But you're up 21-7, and you're like,
I mean, honest to God,
terrible.
Honest to God, though, I don't know that I've seen a better hit on the quarterback than what Derek Johnson did to that guy.
Why do you think every time I ask him about it, he's like, you got to bring that up? I'm like, it was launching.
I mean, it was, he came out like a heat-seeking missile. I don't think I've seen that since. I mean, that was one of the greatest sacks that I've ever seen.
Progress, no sack.
Yeah. What are you talking about?
Place crumble and booze.
Yeah. I mean, it was unbelievable. But Derek was big in that game, man. And that was his last home game as a Chief. I mean, he was huge in that game, and he'll always be my favorite Chief. And so watching that game, and like he still looked great. I mean, he was just awesome, in that game. But they at one point of the game in the first quarter, they showed an aerial shot of Arrowhead, and there were a lot of empties in the stadium that day, right? And I'm like, gosh, there's a lot of empties going on at the stadium that day, and I thought, Patrick Mahomes kind of rejuvenated the fan base more than he rejuvenated the team because that was a playoff game. And it was kind of, you're in that malaise of like, are we ever going to be really good? Or are we just going to be this middling, 11-5, get to the first round of the playoffs and lose, type of team that we see a lot of times. And I think the fan base was at that point where they're like, is this the same old song and dance wild card game? And Patrick Mahomes added that infusion. He rejuvenated the fan base to a level that like we've never seen. The fan base was great, but Patrick Mahomes took a great fan base and made it even greater. And that's kind of what the Cags Bobby effect is happening at Kauffman Stadium, because at the K still the other night, I don't know that I've heard a stadium that quiet unless somebody's been injured. And even when somebody's injured, it doesn't get as quiet as it was for the Cags announcement and welcoming him into Kauffman Stadium for the first time. And so I hope he can have that same effect that Patrick Mahomes had on the fan base effect here in Kansas City, where it was just, all right, let's go, baby. It is on. Because, I mean, that stadium was a little quiet. It was a little empty when they showed the aerial shot. And since Patrick Mahomes has been there, it's been unbelievably packed and awesome, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I was in that locker room after the game, and I went up to Mahomes as a rookie. And I will never forget this. He was getting dressed, looking distraught, and I said, hey, do you have any comment? He goes, I didn't play in the game, so I'm not going to talk about it. I was like, okay.
Cool.
And from that moment on, it was like, all right, dude. And this is back when his locker was next to, like, whoever else. He was over on this side.
Oh, he was in the corner.
And I just remember I was like, hey, Pat, you got a couple minutes. He's like, I didn't play in the game, so I'm not going to speak on it. So fair enough.
Great comment.
Yeah, and sure, sounds great, man.
Like,
and
what's he going to add? I mean, good on you asking. 100%. $1 million move by you. Great job out of you. Great job out of Mahomes. I didn't play in this game. I got nothing.
Nothing but negative can come from him saying anything about that game.
Like, if you would have said, do you think you were going to go in? Well, they could say nothing.
Nothing. And he's 100% right, whether you like it or not. He has no say in that. He was not in the game. He did not take a snap in that game. You have no opinion that matters at that moment, and that was Patrick Mahomes. And then after that, it was the announcement that he's a starter about 2 weeks later, and that's a fun story as well. I mean, that's the first time I ever got like a fist bump from Kling.
Is that when you got
Yeah, that's when I got
to the office.
To the office.
Okay, yeah.
And but no, that was great. I mean, it is wild because I think that's why a lot of times when we first transitioned into the Mahomes thing, a lot of people are like, man, I'm so glad Alex Smith's gone. And then now we start to see people kind of come back around and be like, Alex Smith actually was that guy that, that was the beginning of the end to the start of something new.
Yeah.
And Alex Smith just so happened to be the Band-Aid between what was so abysmal and terrible to what was about to be. Moses led the people. He never saw the promised land. Alex Smith got the people there and was like, you'll see, it's coming. Trust me. You got to go there and get there. Because I always ask, who would you have rather seen get a championship in their Kansas City career? They never got one. Mike Sweeney or Alex Smith. Very tough debate.
Very tough debate.
But a lot of people tend to lean towards the football side because of what they know now of Alex Smith and what he did for Pat.
Yeah, Alex Smith really should go down, and I'll say he should be a Ring of Honor guy. I mean,
he will be.
I mean, that's how good Alex Smith was for this football team. And really, like, hindsight is 2020, but just watching it again yesterday, and they kept talking about him mentoring Mahomes and how awesome that was all season long. Like, at one point, John Gruden goes, this guy's playing for his job, he's playing to win games, and he's mentoring this kid all at the same time. Like, I just don't think we appreciate enough and ever will. He'll ultimately be the most underappreciated athlete in Kansas City sports history. Him and Mike Sweeney are both going to go down as probably the two most underappreciated athletes in Kansas City. But I'm watching that game, and you guys can all weigh in on this one. I'll throw this at you. There's one player from that offense that you would want on this team right now. Who would it be?
Isn't Charles?
Jamal Charles?
No, he was not on that.
That's Spencer Ware.
Yeah, he was not on that team.
I'd take 27-year-old Travis Kelce.
Oh, I like that. But you know what? I wouldn't. I would take 27-year-old for his body, but not where he is right now from an adult standpoint. Right.
So what's your D line? Is that Tamba still? Or
Tamba was on that team, 100%.
You said just on that team,
well,
not offense.
I was watching the offensive side. I did say offense, but you could pick either. Because for me, the answer is
Tyreek's there.
Tyreek is there,
and he's in year 1.
No,
two.
He's probably
year 2, 17. So he was drafted in 16. Yeah, so that was his second year.
That's right.
And they were doing some weird stuff with him. Every once in a while, they would go deep, a lot of behind the line type of stuff to get him the ball.
Still
quick
like a running back, hybrid-ish guy.
He was.
Well, that was the thing. The year before, Alex was gun shy, and that's another reason why people were always like, "Gosh, I wish you just unload." But what we saw in spring training was this number 15 dude just, F it.
I know who your answer is now.
You do,
Eric Fisher.
You're 100% right.
Yeah, I had to think about it for a second. I was like, yeah, that's Bob.
Yeah,
and you're right.
100% right. I mean, I continue. I know it sounds old and cliche, but like I'm tired of dealing with this left tackle thing. Like the stadium stuff. I'm tired of dealing with that too. I'm tired of dealing with the left tackle. Just give me somebody that I know that I can count on. At that position.
Was that Ware and West? Is that
Ware and West.
They were awesome.
Tamba looked good in that game too, guys. I mean, but there was a lot of nobodies. That Marcus Peters was playing for the Chiefs.
That was about time he was exiting.
Yeah, he was getting very close to see you later, Marcus.
Oh, that's right. Because that's what. Yep, I remember that now. Because when he ran through I think there's audio still to this day. He's walking to the locker room. He said, "Where you going, Marcus? Home." Yeah, he was a tool.
Yeah.
Great player, though.
As we could all agree, what we'd say to Alex Smith is,
thank you very much.
No doubt.
That's right. God, it was good.
It's fun. Go watch Alex Smith's last game at Arrowhead when they played the Chargers.
Oh, what a great game. That touchdown, man. Oh, what a game.
Oh, yeah, that game.
Yeah. Through a wall for
What
Smith.
a game, man.
Overtime QB sneak when they did it. Off right tackle.
Because they were down like 35-10
Right
in
guard.
that game, and we had soccer at like halftime. I'm like, all right, well, it's all right, no big deal. And I'm watching the game on the phone at the soccer game. I'm like, oh, my God.
Yeah, I got
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And Alex Smith hit that flex. Whoever got that shot.
Thank you very much.
Coming up on the other side, who's the guy? We're pissed. You should be pissed. It's fine to be pissed in sports when you care about your team, but who do you want to be that guy? We'll talk about it next on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Thank you very much.
What's up, Kansas City? This is Jonathan India here, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, guys, I'll tell you what, ED is a terrible condition. We all know that, right? It causes stresses in relationships. It creates anxiety and undue hardships on a man, and often on the partner as well. Yet many men suffer for years without seeking treatment. Well, the good news is Heartland Men's Health is here in Kansas City, and they have treatments that work when the pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. Heartland Men's Health is successfully treating men right here in Kansas City, and they're ready for you. So schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit's free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Plus, they have 3 locations: Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and their new office in North Kansas City. So call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props for the NBA Finals starting up this week. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. If you want to check a player's consistency during the playoffs, or maybe they've been flirting with that potential triple-double, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And after the tip-off, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Alex to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and present in Kansas. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, not withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem? Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com.
Well, I'll tell you what, it is Father's Day weekend, and I'm excited because my dad's coming to town, and we get to spend Father's Day together, and we're going to go to Hy-Vee because this weekend they've got their steak sale coming up to help celebrate Father's Day, and that's where we're going to go get some steaks for breakfast, a little steak and egg on the flat top, and you know what? Hy-Vee's meat department has the highest quality steaks in town. So not only great for Father's Day, but you can stock the freezer for summer grilling as well. 5-ounce bacon wrapped sirloins, $3.99 a piece. An 8-ounce New York strip steak, $7.99. A 6-ounce filet, $9.99 a piece. So crown your dad king of the grill at the 4-day steak sale. It is going on now through Sunday, only at Hy-Vee.
Allstate's new home insurance is now better than ever. We're making getting the right home insurance that's right for you super easy with our improved online quoting tool. It explains how each coverage option works for you without the headache. Yep, you can start protecting your home in a matter of minutes. So check Allstate first for home insurance that's better than ever. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen, number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription. And I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it, because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Honey, I absolutely love how Powell Exteriors Casey is transforming our home. We can't stop now. The new deck and James Hardy siding has the neighbors asking questions. I told them contact Powell Exteriors Casey. They'll listen, assess your needs, offer solutions, and super easy financing at 0% for 18 months on everything. Siding, windows, decks, and custom covers, entry doors, roofing, and more. Check out their work on Facebook and Instagram.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Traffic is still jammed up from 470 to Nolan Road, where there was an earlier crash. You can jump off 470 and go up to West 23rd or down to Highway 40. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Let there be light. Outside bullpen just lit up and there's no one out there.
That's weird. Maybe the lights are on a timer or something.
The spirit of Levine. Right here. Welcome back into Fescoe and Dusty with Mac Morey as well on 96.5 The Fan. Big day for Mac as he'll be out at One Arrowhead Drive.
Yeah, OTA day,
I know
baby.
that I'm hard.
What are you looking forward to? What are your top 5 things you want to see at OTAs?
Josh Simmons. Honestly, I do want to see more Josh Simmons.
Geek.
Yeah, total geek.
I wanna
Yeah,
see a left tackle
I want
in
to see that left
shorts.
tackle
Yeah.
in shorts, baby.
I want to see a left tackle with a thing on his knee.
You got a strong fiance, bud.
Yes. Oh, she
How
was
was
done.
OTAs? Josh Simmons is great. All right.
But she's not looking forward to it. I told her for the 4th time yesterday. This is. She said, "I know you're going.
You're
I'm
going.
really excited.
You're very excited about it. Tell her about Arthur Treacher's and the Pollock to Cod, and that'll be a lot more entertaining than telling her about OTAs.
Shout out to Sam. That's wild, man. So Josh Simmons, you're ready to see Jalen Royals again?
Yep, Jalen Royals gets me going.
Gotta be there.
He gets me movement.
What about
for sure.
Lars Nootbaar? Are you looking forward to seeing him out there at OTAs today?
Yeah, he's in St. Louis.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Okay, my mistake.
I didn't get to see the defense a lot, so maybe some of the younger guys on defense.
Oh, yeah, the cat-like quickness that they have along that
Absolutely.
defensive line. People are flying all over the place.
See if McDuffie's, worth a contract.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can
See if
find
he's still
out a
got
lot today about that. Yeah, you'll know
course.
today whether or not Trent McDuffie is worthy of signing long-term.
Well,
Yeah.
I think it was on Friday that the text line got at you and I, Dusty, when you were gone, Bob. But just to inform you, McDuffie is a below-average corner. He's just a slot corner. He's undersized. Okay.
Yeah.
Who said that?
It's pretty much a lot of people.
Yeah, like the text line weighed in, man. They say he's undersized.
Glad they're not running the team. I mean, my goodness.
All pro. But it did make Mac and I think to ourselves, like, is he going to get signed?
We did have that conversation.
No, yeah, he is. I know for like the last couple of years they've wanted him to be the guy, if you will.
Yeah.
But they got other things that they got to work. Like there's no timing, right? That's why, like, anytime something needs to get done, it never happens until the last second. I mean, have you heard anything about the right guard? Anybody? Bueller? Anybody? Has anybody heard a thing about Trey Smith? Like, literally, there has been nothing.
Well, Mac thought they already signed
I know. I was like, oh, yeah. And that was just rumors that came out, a number, but nothing's been signed.
Nothing's been signed. I didn't even see the rumors. Like, and I'm getting nothing from anybody when I'm asking people about it.
Definitely rumors.
So, that kind of stuff. How do we get on that topic of, contracts? Oh, yeah, that's right. So he's got to get his contract taken care of. And then there's steps that need to be taken. And when you're the next guy up, then that's when we see a deadline where you sit in the press box on the first game of the season with two, I don't know what's in terrible, JCPenney style suits or whatever that was.
Hans and Franz.
Yeah. then you get your contract signed, I mean,
We're here to get you paid.
I've never seen anything like that. Like, oh my God, what the hell's going on here? Is this Roman Anthony's brother?
Yeah. No, and then the text line says from the 660, are you looking for more Dave Tube?
Yes,
of course. I'll speak to Dave Tube.
Dave Tube. God, I mean, my God. Of all people, like the nerdiest nerd when it comes to all of this.
Oh, I know his name. Yeah, but I'll talk to Tube.
Yeah,
Andy Reid is speaking.
Yes, Andy Reid will be there.
So that's good. Not a Reid.
Do us a favor real quick. I'm sorry to interrupt because we were talking about this at the game the other night. Ask Andy Reid if he managed the Royals, what number he would wear.
Love it.
Yeah, if you
I'll
get
do
that
it.
question. Because somebody said, Andy Reid would be a better coach than Matt Catrero.
Right. They say Andy Reid should be managing the Royals, not Q.
Where Bob, of course, you open up that Pandora's basket to Bob and I, and I'm like, could you imagine if somebody's like, hey, Andy, in the 8th, you decided to take out Zerpa and put in Estevez for a 4-out save. Yeah, so listen, we were really excited for the challenge that Aaron Judge is a good ball player, and Aaron, and he got a hold of it, and you just gotta hope everything's all right, and we'll move on. Hey, Matt, in the fourth quarter, we saw that you moved from deep safety to more an aggressive Shona blitz. Yeah, look, you can't really try to win the game on one play. You go out there and the guy's got to play his position. You can't really hope that the guy is going to blitz and actually make contact. But we thought we had the right situation, and unfortunately it didn't work out that way. So we'll see what happens. We got a lot of these left. 16. I'm sorry? 16. Oh, yeah, that's right.
There's not 162 anymore, Q. Like you're coaching football now. Who would do better, Andy in baseball or Q in football?
Yeah. Hey, Andy, we noticed that Bobby Witt's been 4 for his last 25. Yeah, look, that's a great kid, and we trust him to be what he can be, and he's out there every day, man. I'll tell you what, it's a tough kid, man. But hey, let's talk about somebody being tough. As I
so, what number would Andy be if he managed a baseball team?
Yeah, whatever it would be.
I'm on it.
So,
hey, Andy, you don't know me, but what number would you be if you were the Royals manager? And I'll listen off the air.
And I'll have a follow-up, Brad.
Yeah.
2-2, bottom 9, what pitch you throw?
Yeah.
Probably that heater, So, look, I will say this when it comes to the Royals, because I was getting DM'd last night or tweeted at by people. Not that I'm trying to say that I'm cool, but it was the same sort of narrative. Like, there's no fire. There's no it there. And, then you get, some guy who's got a profile picture of Skip Bayless with like different colored Rodman hair and says, maybe you should go listen to what Denny Matthews had to say about what he said about Jazz Chisholm. And I respect Denny. I love Denny. Denny will be on this show doing his bachelor party and having a whole bunch of fun with us.
Right.
But here's the thing. I don't agree with everybody all the time. And last night when they were doing the pregame show, Denny Matthews was on and they were talking about Jazz Chisholm, him and Jake Eisenberg were.
Jazz Chisholm.
And they were saying, Jazz is a guy that you cannot have get into your head because that's where he wins. And I understand that logic.
Yeah.
I totally get that. I have friends that are like that. We've talked about this on the show where you have people that are button pushers where you're like, just don't let them win. And unfortunately, I think Mac and I are those people that do let those people win more often than they shouldn't. And afterwards, you're like, damn
you let that guy win. Yeah, don't let that guy in your life.
Wish I would have just put my phone away, not read the message, and just, whatever.
Jazz Chisholm.
The thing about it is there are times I think in a season or in, situations in sports where you do need to have that guy. It just so happened in 2014 that it was, of all people, it was Raul Ibanez. And I think if I would have gone back and asked the same question that I asked last night in Twitter, which was, who's the guy that you want to see it be that goes into the locker room, flips the table up and says, what the, are we doing? This is absolute BS. We were a playoff team last year. We told all these people we were going to be a playoff team. Get your head out of your ass and start playing some Royal baseball. What the F is this? We are not this team. Who's that guy?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that
and that's
question.
The thing.
Yeah,
is it
isn't
Q? Is it Sal? Is it Vinny? Hell, is it Bobby? Is it India? Like, who's the guy?
Well, I think
it's not Jack.
No, it can't be.
Can't be Jack. Can it be Jack?
No, it can't. No, he has no credibility in that locker. If he did that, people would look at him and go, "Who that? You've been here a week, bro." Like,
right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it
can't
not
be him at all. No. Ultimately, it has to be somebody who you don't expect to be that guy, because that's when those things work. I mean, I've talked to the managers in this organization over the years, and it always comes to everybody wants the spread flipper, right? And the last guy that, well, I should say there's a couple. The first manager I covered here was Tony Muser, and that's when he kind of did the milk and cookies thing and basically took a shot at Mike Sweeney, for lack of a better term, right? And then he was gone like the next day.
That's right.
Did you know, though, that Tony Muser, when he was in baseball, I think it was in the minor leagues, a really good mustache, that guy survived an explosion in the clubhouse. Go look that up. Tony Muser was in a clubhouse and it blew up, and that guy survived. That's a tough son of a gun, right?
TIL.
I mean, God. I mean, it was like, and he's like, you survived an explosion, yeah. And so
that one guy got a phone thrown in his face from Hal McRae.
Yeah, Hal McRae. Scoop.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Scoop,
Scoop, man. Like,
he got the scoop, though.
He definitely did. He still owed a crab cake dinner in Baltimore. They never gave him anything. I would have owned the team had I got hit in the face. Fantastic.
Yeah, you wouldn't pay for the thing the rest of your life.
I would have owned that team a long time ago.
Came out looking like that dude in that Arkansas press conference with the neck roll.
Yeah.
I'd like to talk to somebody of high authority.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. I'll get the Jungle Law guys on that one, right? But anyway, so Tony Muser was that kind of rough and tough guy. He was kind of an old school manager. Drill Bits, I think, was his nickname. And then you had, obviously, after him, Tony Pena came in, and he showered in his uniform, and that kind of stuff was bizarre. Sure. But they never really had somebody that wants to be that Billy Martin type. Like, everybody thinks that's the way to manage a baseball team. And that works. Well, you get one time to do that, right? You legitimately get one opportunity to flip your personality, to flip the spread, to do all that. Otherwise, nobody buys in anymore, right? It's like, oh, this guy again is yelling about the same kind of stuff. So you get one opportunity. That's why I say it has to be somebody that you're least expecting to do that. And for me, that's either Salvi or Q. And I think Bobby, he's still very young in this game. It would matter coming from Bobby, but could you imagine if the manager or the 35-year-old captain who's been here through 3 different eras of Royals baseball, essentially, a guy that everybody loves around the game, who wears Jean Naté perfume and is the fun-loving guy, goes in there and flips that spread? But the other thing with Salvi is he hasn't been great this year. Now, he did hit another home run last night. He's starting to heat up a little bit. But ultimately, he has the biggest voice, the most respected voice, the most important voice inside that locker room. And I think if he did it would have the biggest effect on people inside that locker room.
I just think that you're at a point now where you're 500, and I didn't think that I made the bold prediction, and I still stand on it, and I might lose that tonight, that the Royals would not go below 500 again. They're at 500. They're not below 500 yet, but the division is over. And I hate to be this guy, and Jen, you know me. You know me. I'm the biggest Royals biased. Always want to talk baseball, always think there's a chance. We'll watch them every night, as you all should as well. Because if you're going to have something to complain about, you got to have some sort of logic behind it. And that's why when I get asked a question last night, which I know all of you are tuned into the game, a lot of you were there again last night. Shout out to you guys. But the thing about it is the fact that who is the guy? And we get some on the text line. Cole Reagans could do it. Well, when it rains, it pours. Cole Reagans is on the 15 IL.
We may not see him again this year. And I'm just guessing at that. Obviously, I don't know that. But you got a rotator cuff injury and you're a pitcher?
And this is the 3rd time. And somebody says, is Cags another one of these lead by example guys? He's played 8 games in the major leagues. Eventually, he will be there. Eventually, he will be, from what I can read and from what I can tell in his personality, eventually he will be the guy. But he's 22 years old. He's played 8 games in the majors. He has no say, no clout, no any jurisdiction when it comes to that guy.
Right. He's in a different category. He's like on this. Don't even talk about Cags when we talk about this kind of stuff.
And the thing about where I'm at is, this has to be a moment where. And I see some of you on the text line, and Bob alluded to as well when it comes to Salvador Perez. But this has got to be one of these moments because your team is down very, very bad. This is the worst it's been all year because everything is hit all at the same time.
You're losing and your ace is on the DL.
Not only that, your pitching is now average.
Yep.
Your offense is still
below average.
And now you're playing the Yankees, who have now beaten you the last 2 games of the ALDS, 3 in New York, and 2 in Kansas City. They've now beat you 7 straight times. They're rubbing your face in your own you-know-what. And now you need that guy that when they do come in there, and again, if we're going to take the high road and take the Denny Matthews thing where we started this whole thing, which is don't let Jazz Chisholm get in your head. That's where he wins. Okay, well then let somebody from your own interior shell come in there and wake the place up. And that's why I ask. And you have a good one with Salvador Perez because Sal's the guy that's always, fun-loving, smile on his face.
That's right.
I'm your best friend. And when he walks in and starts going, F this, and we need to play like this, and this is not what we're doing. I'm not going to do this year with this team. We are going to get to the playoffs. We're not this bad. Everybody will be like, oh, shoot. Salvador Perez is pissed. I think and this is where I'm going to stand on business on this. I think, in my own personal belief, I think this is Bobby's job. And I understand that a lot of people will sit back and say, that's not what Bobby Witt Jr. does. That's not what Bobby Witt Jr.'s attitude is. And I will take this back to the cross parking lot comparison to Patrick Mahomes. When the Chiefs were absolutely down to their very bad worst that they've ever been, and Kadarius Toney couldn't catch a flipping cold if he tried, and everybody kept messing up on the offensive line, who was the guy that freaked out the most?
Yeah, it was Mahomes.
And had you ever seen it?
No.
Because that wasn't Mahomes' style.
But it's not Salvi's style either.
I understand that. But Salvi is not the franchise, he's not the roots of this franchise. Right. Mahomes is of the Chiefs. Bobby Witt Jr. is the 3rd best baseball player in the world. I think he's the best, but according to people in Major League Baseball, 3rd.
Chaz Chisholm.
And the thing about this is that's where I think if Bobby Witt Jr. comes in there and does a Michael Lorenzen and chucks his glove against his locker room and starts going all, Texas rattlesnake pissed off, then all of a sudden I think the team will go back and say, well, there was this day on June 13th where, Bobby came in the locker room and just started holding everybody accountable, including himself, calling himself down, getting all this. And that, to me, when you look at what Mahomes did in that game when they were playing whoever the hell, New England, whatever, or Buffalo. Yeah. And it was just a breaking point.
Yeah.
And what they do, they won the whole effing thing.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the Royals would do that, but by God, you'd see a different team, I think.
Well, you have to have a person that has a breaking point too, right? And when do you reach that breaking point? What does it take to get to that breaking point? Who knows if anybody's even at that breaking point yet right now for the Royals? But this is where we are in the baseball season. It is June. This is a 500 team, right? So let's see what happens as we continue to move on. It doesn't look great with the injury to Cole Reagans right now. That really sucks. I mean, that's a big-time injury to have him down on the shelf, right? And then you lose these last 2 games to the Yankees in front of big crowds. You don't want to lose when you have the most amount of people there. You want to put on a good show. You want to give them a reason to come back to the ballpark, right? And the last couple of nights, it just hasn't been, aesthetically pleasing for the Royals. But again, you're kind of seeing where they are. They're playing one of the best teams in baseball, and they're not living up to the level of being that playoff team that we thought against one of the best teams in baseball that you would face in the postseason. But, I mean, I don't want to be, again, when it rains, it pours, but with this situation right now, what can we do, right? And everybody's like, trade. I was talking to somebody in baseball yesterday, and they're like, dude, the trade market right now for starting pitchers is minuscule. There's nobody available other than that Alcantara guy right now in Miami. And I'm thinking, I go, what about batters? And they go, same thing. There's not a lot of people out there on the market that are available to help this ball club. And
That's ridiculous.
I know, it is. But therein lies the most important reason why the expansion of the playoffs isn't great for us, right? We like it because it gets more teams in, but it also keeps more teams alive, and it whittles down the trade market and the trade partners. And when you're a team like the Royals who expects to be in the playoffs and you need that one extra piece, it's going to be a lot harder to acquire than it has been in years past of what we've been used to because of the expansion of playoffs and because a lot of teams are still alive and they don't want to wave the white flag because they are a business and they would tell their fans we're done for the year, and teams aren't ready to do that at this point in time and may not be ready. They may need to push the trade deadline back a month with all the expansion. No, but seriously, instead of July 31st, make it August 31st, because then you're going to have more teams that are eliminated from the postseason at that point in time. If you're the general manager of a team and on July 31st or July 29th, whatever the day is, and you're 3 or 4 games out of the final, you're not going to trade anybody. You're not going to give up at that point in time. But you get to August and you push the trade deadline back, and now teams can really understand, all right, we're going into September, we're out of this thing, and maybe we can have more trades pop. But right now, there's not a whole lot out there that this organization can go out there and acquire. The guys that are on this team right now have to start hitting the baseball. It doesn't matter if it's Max Fried, Clark Schmidt, it doesn't matter. This team can't hit anybody right now. They have got to go out there and they have got to start producing because it's not a one-guy replacement thing right now on this roster. This not hitting has become a pandemic ultimately in this lineup. Nobody's getting the hits when they need to get the hits, and then Salvi gets a home run in the ninth inning. Great, doesn't mean that a whole heck of a lot. You've got to find a way to get hits when it matters most, and the Royals just haven't done that next to the worst in baseball at doing that.
This is Vern last night.
Man, that was embarrassing. This has been embarrassing. The whole thing's been embarrassing, and I'm talking about playing the Yankees. 7 straight losses to the New York Yankees. Outscored by 18 runs. Boo Jazz Chisholm all you want. Where's the lie? What did he say that was untrue? Booing Jazz Chisholm while Anthony Volpe's punked behind. It's embarrassing because you were outplayed in every single facet of the game. Not just tonight, not just last night, but the 3-game series in the Bronx a few months ago, the final 2 games of the DS last year. It's every single facet of the game. They're clearly better. You can't say otherwise. You want to, I want to, you can't. Better bullpen, better rotation, better defense, better at running the bases, better at the dish, more power. They're just better. A lot better.
Somebody go in that locker room and fire yourselves up because that's what you need.
Wow, Vern's even breaking now.
I mean, it's getting there, man. It's getting there.
I mean, Vern's breaking?
Wow.
Oh, look at that.
There you go. We are 85 days away. We will get into Max Birding question on the other side. Plus, we'll talk about what Charles Barkley had to say as well. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
Whoever that bozo was doing the armpit fart thing, come on, man.
Catch Royals insider Josh Fernier every Monday at 8:20, right here on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at Park and Go do an unbelievable job. We used Park and Go last week when I was out of town because they're fantastic. It's all covered parking, and they get you to and from the airport terminal in no time at all. And that's one of the great things about Park and Go. There's so many wonderful things about Park and Go. All covered parking, the ability to make your reservation at bookparkandgo.com or with their easy-to-use app and prepay and save money, and their shuttle service is flat out phenomenal. As soon as you pull in to that parking lot on the day of your flight, they direct you to the spot that you reserved. And you pull into that covered parking spot, and before you even get out of the car, here comes the van to take you right to the airport terminal. And you're there in no time at all, and you're relaxed and ready to go. When you get back, the Park and Go van is waiting outside. Just grab your bags, walk outside, jump on it, and it's right back to the trunk of your car. So you save money. You get all covered parking. You get great customer service, reliable shuttle transportation to and from the terminal. What more could you want from Park and Go? So join their frequent parker program like we did and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
Booth Creek Wagyu, KC's premier Wagyu beef meat market, has even more convenient ways for you to shop. In addition to their location at 135th and Metcalf, they're now open at 95th and Knoll. For Father's Day, Booth Creek will help you serve up the most flavorful, rich, and tender Wagyu steaks, hot dogs, and burgers. Our in-store experts are ready to help you pick out the perfect cuts and provide cooking tips that'll make it a day to remember. Booth Creek Wagyu, now with 2 locations, open 7 days a week, or at boothcreekwagyu.com. Changing the way America eats beef.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements. CordellCordell.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it, because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Celebrate your dad this Father's Day with Centerfire Shooting Sports. Our most popular deal is back. 10 range passes for $115. That's over 40% in savings. Want to try something new? Our Dad's Day Out experience will give him a Father's Day he won't soon forget. And don't miss our Father's Day weekend ammo sale while supplies last. We have gift cards and more for the sportsman in your life. Stop in store or online at centerfireshootingsports.com. Give him the gift he really wants this Father's Day. centerfireshootingsports.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
On the Missouri side, that wreck westbound I-70 has been cleared and the freeway is open. Traffic is back to normal. On the Kansas side, the 18th Street Expressway is fully closed between Kansas Avenue and Steele Road. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Charles Barkley had a pretty interesting thing to say about the New York Knicks. I'll tell you what, man. I want to get into that real quick because it brings up a question about Andy Reid as well. But this was Charles Barkley calling the Knicks dumb.
The Knicks got to be the stupidest damn people in the world. Like, you don't fire no good coach like that and don't have a plan. I mean, Tibbs did a hell of a job. Obviously, something's going on there, but you don't have a plan. And now the three coaches turn you down. You got to have a plan, man. And they don't have a plan now. I mean, I don't know what the hell they're going to do.
I mean, he's not wrong.
It's unbelievable, really.
Essentially, to give it an analogy, the Knicks quit their job and didn't have an interview anywhere else.
That's right.
I'm all for people wanting to get a different job, but the minute you quit your job, like, what are you going to do now? I'll figure it out. No, you won't.
No, you won't. No.
You'll fall into something, hopefully. But, yeah, that's what the Knicks did. They just, and again, by the way, if you missed it, the Pacers win last night. They're up 2-1.
Yeah, how about that, right?
Halliburton, 1 rebound away from a triple-double. Almost called my shot yesterday with you and Drew. Yeah, that's insane. Now, what did he say? 3 people have turned down the job?
Well, yeah, Jason. Well, they haven't turned down the job. The teams have rejected them, right? It's like you're dating somebody, but man, over here is the most beautiful woman in the world, and she's got a guy. Yeah. You ask the guy, "Can I date your girl?" No, you cannot date my girl. We're not doing this. They've gone after Jason Kidd, Ime Udoka, and
Chris
the guy,
Finch.
Chris Finch up in Minnesota. And they've been rejected all 3 times.
And now,
right?
I guess now 4. Yesterday, they went for Quinn Snyder in Atlanta.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, and Trae Young quote tweeted the report and said, like, hell nah, with a laughing face.
They're going after Quinn Snyder now. Got rejected by Quinn. Oh, that would be the greatest thing ever. God.
Can Quinn handle New York?
Oh, man, I love Quinn. I really did. I mean, I'm going to tell you, some of the best time we had meeting people in sports. Quinn Snyder is top of the list. Like, so much fun with that guy. he got it from this aspect of things, right? Love that guy.
Oh, he had fun.
Oh, he did, man. He had a time. Where was I going to go with that? So Quinn Snyder's now rejected them. Jay Wright's told them no.
Yep.
You made this decision thinking now that you made the Eastern Conference Finals, you could just go out there and do whatever you want and throw your new you-know-what's on the table and say, okay, let's go. We're the Knicks. And everybody else is like, yeah, we don't care. We're not giving you permission. They're going after people that are taken right now. Now, I know Meta World Peace was on WFAN, our sister station, pleading for the job. I don't know that works necessarily when you go do something like that. He would take the job right about now. Tom Thibodeau's available. You could go hire him to be the guy. Mark Malone is available, or whatever that guy, Mike Malone. From Denver. But somebody had said early in this process, don't count on him being a candidate. But now that everybody else has said no, I mean, and how do you introduce this guy too? Here's Mike Malone, our 7th choice.
Exactly.
You cannot, if you're the Knicks, go, this is the guy we wanted all along. Nobody's buying that, and so you had no plan.
Or you have Post Malone, Karl Malone, like introduce Mike Malone.
Mike Malone, yeah, you could do something like that. Yeah.
The mailman's going to deliver you some information, but first here's Post Malone. Oh, by the way, I need some help. Here's Mike Malone for your head coach.
And so all these teams are calling around and asking, or the Knicks are calling all these teams and asking, can we have your coach? And somebody tweeted to a talk show host in Minneapolis that says, Rudy Gobert for Steve Kerr straight up. Is this ridiculous, right? I don't know how you guys would feel about that trade. Rudy Gobert for Steve Kerr seems good on the surface. You get a great coach, they get a great player, right? Like, hey, let's go.
He gets Clay back.
And so I was asking you guys, let's say this was, shoes reversed. This is the NFL. Teams are calling for Andy Reid. Is there one player in the NFL that you would be willing to trade for Andy Reid? Because my answer is a flat out no. Yeah. There is not one player in the NFL that is more valuable than Andy Reid.
The only player that is on the Chiefs.
And that's a good answer to that question. Yeah. If he was on the Titans right now, would you trade Andy Reid for Patrick Mahomes with the Titans? Because I don't think Patrick Mahomes is the same Patrick Mahomes without Andy Reid.
I would think about it with more logic than I am right now. Like if Mahomes
Let's say Josh Allen was our quarterback.
No, I still think we'd have at least 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too.
Said Joe Burrow. I think we'd have at least 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah, and that's the value of Andy Reid, and that's why. And that's not a hot take. There's no player in the NFL that is more valuable than Andy Reid, at all. Anywhere, because the three of us emphatically didn't even have to think about it. Go, no, we're not trading Andy Reid. And that tells you there is not one player in this league that is more valuable to a team than what Andy Reid is to the Kansas City Chiefs. He may be the most valuable figure in all of the NFL. The owners will say Roger Goodell because he negotiates great TV contracts. But for me, Andy Reid is the most valuable entity in the NFL right now. And we're so damn lucky that we have him here in Kansas City. Imagine teams calling Brett Veach. Hey, would you be interested in trading it? Click. Click. What are you going to give me? Like, there's literally nothing out there where you could get up there if you're Clark Hunt and say, we've traded Andy Reid for, where the fan base would be on board, right? There's nobody out there that you could trade that would make this team better than when Andy Reid has them right now. That's how good Andy Reid is. And that's what the Knicks gave up on. Not Andy, but a really good basketball coach.
Really good coach.
And now they're stuck without a plan. And now they have nothing. Because it would be like trading Andy Reid. Nagy had already taken a job somewhere else. Spags is retired. Yeah. Is Tube going to coach the team? No, he's done. He wants no part of this. Where are you going to go? Well, we traded Andy Reid because we got Justin Jefferson. Who's coaching the team? That guy in New England that was good, Josh McDaniels, we're going to bring him in. That's what you're looking at, right? Or Tyreek Hill throws his hat into the ring and says he'll be the coach of the Chiefs, or like Better World Peace. I'm just trying to think of somebody that's out there. So that's what this would be like. You traded Andy Reid, you got, say, Justin Jefferson back in return. Who's coaching the Chiefs? Didn't think that far ahead. Would never happen here. But Andy Reid's the most valuable entity in the NFL. There's nothing worth trading for Andy Reid. Unless you're going to trade your franchise.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I'll give you my entire franchise if you give us Andy Reid. Fine. So now I own 2 teams? Great.
How many first-round picks would you take?
I wouldn't. Because first-round picks, all picks are hit and miss.
There's a limit, right? There's a line.
Because, if you... Yeah. I mean,
if it's 20, okay.
Where this conversation balloons out of proportion is that you would say, well, let's say that the worst team in football next year is the New Orleans Saints. Okay, well, I'm going to trade Andy Reid to the Saints for 5 first-round picks. The problem is you might get a pretty good first-round pick the first year, but if you trust in the logic that he has Andy Reid and what he can do to franchises, that team will then start to win 10, 11, 12 games by the years 3, 4, and 5.
Right.
And that first-round pick is now 31st, 32nd,
Right.
31st, whatever.
Yep.
Because it always reminds me of the Dick Vermeil situation in Kansas City. Right?
Dick Vermeil is still pissed the Chiefs had to give up picks for him. He's the worst trade they ever made.
Had to give up a second and a third-round pick.
Yeah.
Compensatory pick for Dick Vermeil, and they had to pay the Rams like $500,000.
And they had to give something up for Trent Green too. So it was a
they
big.
had to give up Washington, or he wasn't Washington.
No.
The Trent, because that was the year Rodney Harrison blew Trent Green's knee out.
Yeah, I think they gave up a second for Trent, if I'm not mistaken. At that
The
point,
Chiefs
in time.
agreed to give the Rams their second-round pick in 2001 draft and Washington's third-round pick in 2002. Which the Chiefs had acquired from the Redskins at the time. They also agreed to reimburse the Rams $500,000 they had paid Vermeil as a consultant.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we'll take your old coach that retired that took you to the Super Bowl. We're going to give you $500K and a second-round pick. And then a third-round pick in the future, and we want your quarterback too.
Right.
And we're going to turn it into the best offense. Worth it.
Worth it. 100% worth every penny. Every penny. Every penny. It was so good. It was so fun. God, it was great.
02-04, man. Best 3 years of my life.
I'm going to tell you something, man. And look, I formed lifelong relationships with these people. It was great. I loved it. It was fantastic watching that offense play. I mean, my God, just wish they would have invested a little bit on the defense. But, back to the original thing, like you can't get rid of good coaches. And good coaches make all the difference in the world because there aren't many.
What about Veach?
I wouldn't trade him either. I don't think there's nothing I would trade for Brett Veach. And if you're Brett Veach, you got a good here. You go anywhere else, now you're the guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
The spotlight could be on you. Spotlight on Brett Veach right now. It's all about Andy Reid. Anything that happens with the team, Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's third
Brett
fiddle.
who? Oh, he's the fifth best GM behind everybody who's never won before, right? Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, never would happen. Never would happen.
816 said, I heard the Knicks were going for Gottlieb.
You get the week off.
Fantastic.
Gottlieb called the Knicks and told them how to do the coaching search. Yes, that's what it was. Here's how you do this thing. You don't fire the guy until you have the guy. Nice plan.
We're going to do it all over again. Not the conversation statement, like literally the voting. We're going to do it all over again. Because of yesterday that was announced. We get into that on the other side here. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
Hey, what yo, man?
On your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, today's the day. My parents are flying into town, and you know what that means. We're stopping at Smokehouse Barbecue in Zona Rosa. I was thinking about, what am I going to get today? I could go with the Cajun butter chicken wings and the homemade ranch dressing for an appetizer. I could go with the barbecue nachos for an appetizer with that crispy meat and pulled pork on top. It is so good. And instead of deciding between one or the other, we'll probably end up getting both. And then what are you going to eat? Well, I don't know, man. That pulled chicken sandwich that they have right now is fantastic. I love the pulled chicken sandwich from Smokehouse Barbecue. It is delicious. It is just wonderful. It is like the perfect sandwich out there right now. You can go with their unbelievable burnt ends, and make sure that everything you get at Smokehouse Barbecue comes with a side of their hickory pit beans that cook under the brisket for the final few hours to give them a flavor that no one else can match. You get pieces of brisket in those beans. Man, they are so good. And then you finish it off with a delicious piece of their carrot cake. It is absolutely fantastic. Father's Day's coming up this weekend. Don't forget about Dad and Smokehouse Barbecue. Let them cater your Father's Day events. Just visit them at smokehousebbq.com. That's smokehousebbq.com, or stop into one of their 3 locations in Independence, Gladstone, and Zona Rosa. That's smokehousebbq.com. For over 35 years, locally owned and family operated, it's Smokehouse Barbecue.
It's the trip and the game of a lifetime. Join the Red Kingdom in Sao Paulo, Brazil, as Kansas City takes on their division rivals from LA on September 5th. True Fan Travel is taking diehard fans on an unforgettable 6-night adventure across Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo with the legendary Christian Okoye, hosting authentic local experiences and exclusive events, all filled with beaches, music, food, football, and much more. Whether you're a seasoned traveler or it's your first international game, you'll explore, connect, and rep KC like never before. Learn more at truefantravel.com.
It's funny how one little light can stall out your entire day. I was already running behind, and now this, the check engine light. So I reached out to my go-to problem solver. Dad, check engine light. What do I do? He didn't miss a beat. Take it to Telly, he said. So I did. When I got there, they didn't just fix my car, they fixed my day. They were quick, clear, and took care of everything. Next time my car glitches out, I'm headed for Telly. Don't let that little light be game over. Take it to Telly.
Don't let clogged drains slow you down. Call Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Rooter today for our $79 mainline drain cleaning special. The pros at Hamilton will inspect your drains with video camera technology to pinpoint exactly what is needed to clear those clogs and help prevent expensive drain repairs. The expert technicians at Hamilton are ready 7 days a week to solve your problem the right way, the first time. Over 40 years experience and more than 8,000 5-star reviews ensures your peace of mind. Visit callhamilton.com for details, terms, and conditions. License number 2025-11121.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
On the Missouri side, that wreck westbound I-70 has been cleared and the freeway is open. Traffic is back to normal. On the Kansas side, the 18th Street Expressway is fully closed between Kansas Avenue and Steele Road. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel so that you can watch every show, plus video clips and shorts, all right from your phone, desktop, or tablet. The Fan's YouTube channel at 965 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports Station.
7 o'clock on a Thursday. Ben Maller in about 15 minutes or so. We're going to smash or pass in about 45 minutes as well. It's an interesting one. Yesterday there was some news in the local government of Missouri and Kansas with the stadium in Missouri passing. They needed, 83 votes? They got 92 or something like that?
Something like that, yeah.
It passed by a lot.
Yeah.
So now it goes to Kehoe's desk. We get his signature on it, and then it goes back to a vote, I would assume, in Jackson County.
Yeah, well, and it's a lot to digest, right? Yes, it passed in Missouri. The Senate passed their thing, but nothing goes into law without a local vote raising a sales tax for whatever stadium it is that the state of Missouri decides to build, whether it's for the Royals, whether it's a renovation for the Chiefs, whether it's build Royals a new one, renovate Arrowhead, whatever the case may be. For anything that happened yesterday to take effect and for shovels to be in the ground, there needs to be a local vote passed to raise a sales tax for either one of those stadiums. And there are reports, and we talked about it the other day, from Duron McGee, the head of the Jackson County side of things on this one. They're talking about a potential Chiefs-only sales tax, and that would go towards renovations of Arrowhead Stadium. You would keep Arrowhead Stadium. You would put $1.15 billion into renovating Arrowhead Stadium. That would require a vote of the people of Jackson County. That would be a Chiefs-only vote. They would spell out exactly what they're going to do, exactly where the money's going to go, exactly what the benefits are, and then they would present that to Jackson County. From everything I understand, it would probably be less than the 3/8 cent sales tax just for a Chiefs-only renovation of Arrowhead Stadium. Stop. Hard pause, right? That's the Chiefs side of things. The Chiefs still have the opportunity to move to the Kansas side of the state line, build a new dome, right? They've got the opportunity to do that as well. That's why I say this relationship is complicated. Remember in Facebook days, what's your relationship status? And people would put, it's complicated.
Still is.
Right. It's still very complicated.
Well, mine says in an
now.
open relationship with himself.
With himself? Is that what yours is? Okay. And so the it's complicated phase is where we are right now. Both teams have, some things going on the Kansas side of the state line. It's not a secret, right? Everybody kind of knows that. Now, their current wife, current girlfriend, whatever it is like, hey, come back to me. And you're like, all right, you kind of look pretty over there. And she's like, but I'm going to need more money. And they're like, well, this girl over here doesn't require more money and doesn't require a vote and all that kind of stuff. Maybe I'll just stay over here. That's why it's complicated. Your current lover, Missouri, is making waves for you to come back, but not really because it still needs to go to a public vote. The girl you're kind of hanging out with right now, talking to, as they like to say, is like, hey, whenever you're ready, come on over here and let's see what we can do and get this done. But the local component is needed for both teams to stay in the state of Missouri. Now, I talked to somebody who said the Royals side of things may have to come down to Q figuring something out with Casey Moe and figuring out a Royals-only plan to get local money in the Casey Moe side of things. Because I don't believe, from everything that I've heard throughout this process, I don't believe that the Royals have the appetite to go back to Jackson County. But they may have the appetite to go back to Casey Moe. And so if you're in Casey Moe, there's a chance, and the earliest I believe this could happen is the April ballot. The earliest that could happen is the April ballot because you need to get the language together and all that kind of stuff, and there'll be a January deadline for all of that. If it does go to the April ballot, there's a good chance people in Casey Moe have to vote on the Royals and Chiefs, while people in Jackson County just have to vote on the Chiefs. And so that's where you run into more confusion. People in Casey Moe may be voting on two different things, while people in Jackson County may be just voting on the Chiefs. And so that's kind of where we stand right now. But that great job by Missouri to get something done, a deadline, they had, obviously, with the state of Kansas. They got their plan together. That's a nice plan on paper, but it's meaningless unless the local vote passes to kick in tax money from the local voters to get that plan up and running.
When do you expect Kehoe to sign?
Today, but that doesn't mean anything. It really doesn't. It means nothing without a local vote, without a local component. And I got a text last night from somebody.
And there has to be a vote?
Yes. Missouri has to have a vote to kick it because the state's not enough money to get the job done.
And that vote is on a lesser tax?
A lesser tax for a Chiefs-only stadium. I don't know what the Royals are going to do because I've heard the Royals in Jackson County, and we know where that relationship stands. But there could be a Casey Moe only component for the Royals. You don't understand, do you? Nobody does.
No,
it's like, what?
No, I'm not trying to react in 1 second. I'm trying to put everything together that you said and from what I've read and what I've been told.
Yeah,
So
I'm not saying you. I'm saying everybody. It's complicated. That's why I keep using that term. It's complicated.
No, it sounds like Missouri threw a Hail Mary and scored.
They didn't, though.
Okay,
they didn't.
I respectfully disagree because they're going to vote again. And yes, you're voting on whether you're paying or not, but a lot of people thought, Missouri, we're panicking, but it passed significantly. It's going to be signed, and it's going to be sent to a vote. It's going
to be sent to a vote of the people.
Correct.
And it has to pass that for that to matter.
Right. And I think that's now overtime. I think that's overtime because a lot of people in Missouri that did vote yes, I think we're probably like, this sucks. I wanted to keep my teams here. I wanted to keep the money in my state. And unfortunately, yes, they're going to move to another state. Luckily, they're not going to go somewhere else out of the area. Mm-hmm. But now it seems like they, because, you saw the videos yesterday. Maybe it was all for camera. They're running down the hallways in the office, with the carts. But
they were happy to get out for the summer, too.
We were also saying that they had to make something, pass it, get it to his desk, and get it signed. That, to me, is you were down by 7. You're on your own 25. You threw a pass to midfield to get the vote passed. It did. You're now throwing to the end zone to get it signed. It did. Now it's into overtime. The scores are now tied again. No one is leading at this point from Kansas or Missouri. We're now tied, and it now goes into the hands. The coin flip has been flipped. It's on to Jackson County. Do they vote yes on this tax? If they do, they're not moving.
Well, there may not be an opportunity to vote, though. The Chiefs and Royals both could just say, we're just taking the Kansas offer. The Chiefs and Royals control this whole thing. If they announce today that they're taking the deals in Kansas, well, the Missouri thing doesn't matter. It may be a law that the Senate passed, but the law doesn't kick in until the local vote takes place. If the Chiefs and Royals decide, it's really not what we want to build new, we want to build that dome, we want to build that 119th and Knoll, then that's what they're going to do. Like, the Chiefs and Royals do not have to accept this plan at all, and they don't have to wait around for a vote if they don't want to wait around for that vote to see ultimately what happens. And that's why we sit here and we think, Missouri tied the score or whatever it is right now. There's still a long way to go in the state of Missouri. Now, could it happen? Absolutely, it could happen. Nothing is impossible at this point in time, but there's still work to do on the Missouri side of the state line. And do the Chiefs and Royals both have an appetite for other votes? Because the votes this time are not going to be together. They're going to be separate. And the Royals are going to need money from KC Mo or the Northland. But, their guy, Jason Withington up there, who's a council member, said they're hundreds of miles apart when it comes to negotiating with the Royals in the Northland. That's the tricky part right now. That's the tricky part of getting the local component taken care of to get the state money and the city money and the county money that's needed to build and or renovate the facility for the Chiefs and or the Royals at this point in time. So there's still a lot of balls in the air. Both sides have an opportunity to, keep the team or get these teams. Now it really just depends on what ultimately I think the teams want at this point in time. Hey, that's a great offer, but maybe we still want to do this one. Or, hey, that's a great offer. We're willing to go and see what happens. But time is of the essence. Again, I talked to somebody the other day and 2031 is a real deal. We need places to play then. And so they've got to speed some things up. Realistic time frame is 2027 to start construction to have those places to play by 2031.
So they don't have to accept the Missouri plan. Do they have to accept the Kansas plan? Like, they can say no to both, right?
They could. Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, I don't even want to think about that. But yeah, I mean, they absolutely could say, we're not going to take the Kansas plan, then look at the Missouri plan and go, we're really not that interested in that as well. Don't even worry about putting it to the ballot. So, yeah, the teams control all this. The teams have kind of controlled all this. But now, you know what the good thing is? Now you've got both states, again, truly bidding against each other. And maybe Kansas goes, all right, we'll make your offer sweeter. Or maybe Missouri goes, we'll figure out a way to maybe make your offer sweeter if they can. I don't know what the rules are in that kind of stuff. But, I mean, look, dude, I think we still got a ways to go before we get a resolve to all of this right now.
Fair point. I mean, I just let it be over. I mean, I know it's never going to end because it was supposed to have what they say by mid-June or June 12th. We're 3 days away from Father's Day, and there's still no decision to be made. I want it to be over. I want there to be a place. I want there to be a destination, and I want it to be done. That's all I want. Because people ask me on the text line, Dusty, you're Jackson County. You voted yes. What makes you believe that people will vote yes and not no?
They believe a Chiefs-only smaller sales tax would pass in Jackson County.
I'm speaking for the people and why I think people would change from no to yes. And my point would be this. They are more educated on the topic now.
No doubt.
And they also maybe were like, they won't move. What's my vote matter? And your bluff was called. And I think that the more educated you are on the topic and the more you look back and think to yourself what it could be, you might persuade yourself. Now, I think the vote failed like 58 to like 42 or whatever the hell it was. I don't know if they can make up that much ground with just that sort of logic, but I'm answering the question that I was given multiple times on the text line. Dusty, what makes you think that the no's would change to yes? There's a lot of people that vote for a presidential candidate the first time. They run again for the second time. They say, no, I'm good. I've done more research. I'm going to go on my own and look up instead of listen to my parents that say, vote no on Tuesday. Make sure you vote no. Okay, yes, Dad. And then they go, wait a minute. All these teams that would come to Missouri would have to spend money, would come to our benefit. Okay, yeah, I'm going to vote yes on that now. I don't want to see this get lost in the. Now that's what I'm saying to you. I voted yes. I'll vote yes again. Right. I'll go on record as saying that. I don't want to lose the teams that I've grown up in my state watching. But that's just me. But I don't know how many people on the no side would flip to yes, and I don't know how many people on the yes side would flip to no's either.
Yeah, that's an interesting question to ask. Like, if you voted no, if you were in that 58% that voted no, what's it going to take for you to vote yes? Is a Chiefs-only smaller sales tax something that you would vote yes on? Is that something that people would vote yes on? I don't know. I don't know the answer to
and
that
I think
question.
a buddy of mine nails it as well. As I just got a message from him and myself. I'm thinking about this too. Is I think people, when you talk about that, are now educated on the matter. Like I just said, like, oh, when the Dodgers come to town and they go to the plaza and they play in Kansas City, the money they spend is going to your state. Like, it's going there. You're losing that money if they go elsewhere.
Yeah, I know.
And I think more people have realized that, like, 1% of their, okay, got it. That makes a lot more sense than, hey, Dad, what are we doing on Tuesday? We're voting no, Skip. Go vote no. It's like, okay, got it. So who knows?
Yeah,
I don't know.
that's exactly right. Who knows? And who knows if the teams even want to deal with going to a vote of the people again, right? They went through that process, didn't go well at all. It's caused a year of, I don't want to say unrest, but you know how it's been around here for the last year, with all this stadium stuff going on. Do they want to go to a vote of the people? Because if they do go to a vote of the people and if they try to extend the star bonds, it's probably only going to be able to do so to the end of the year because Kansas is turning over governor next year too, right? There's a gubernatorial election over there. So if they say no to Kansas and then they go to a vote and it fails, is Kansas going to be there next year to save them and to have the backup plan? People don't know the answer to that question because of the regime change that's going to take place in Kansas. Laura Kelly's going to be out. There's going to be a new governor in place. Would they be as bullish as bringing these teams over and giving them that opportunity? So there is still a lot. I mean, it is utterly messy, I think, right now with where this stuff is because there's a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of good things out there, but there are two major unknowns. Would these people in Missouri vote yes for a Chiefs-only Jackson County sales tax? And would the people of KC-Mo vote yes for a Royals deal and a Chiefs deal? That's the thing that we're kind of looking at right now.
We'll ask Ben Maller if he's going to vote yes or not. I'm kidding. But Ben Maller will join us on the other side here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
I'll tell you, Aspen Lawn and Pest Control, man, they are changing the game for us. I was sitting outside yesterday, and there's no mosquitoes, there's no bugs, nothing flying around. I'm like, gosh, this is awesome. Thank goodness for the folks over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. They put that mosquito dome up over my house, and man, there are no mosquitoes. And we're able to sit outside and enjoy that beautiful lawn that Aspen Lawn and Pest Control is taking care of. They've also eliminated all the ticks and the fleas, and that is great for our dog, as she likes to run around the yard and roll all over that grass. She doesn't have to worry about getting the ticks and the fleas. And I'll tell you what, at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control, they do that, and they do all sorts of lawn care as well. Full service lawn care, irrigation, and pest control. My lawn looks absolutely outstanding for the first time since we moved into the house over 12 years ago. So get in touch with the college-educated professionals over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control and have them turn your yard into something beautiful, and for them to put up that mosquito dome so you can sit outside and enjoy it as well. And if you mention this ad, you're going to get up to half off your first application. So visit them today at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help this patient.
Hi, my name is Matt. I've been a patient of Heartland Men's Health for over a year now, utilizing their low T treatment. I woke up one day and realized that I was twice the guy I used to be, and my energy was half of what it was. I made the decision to come into Heartland Men's Health just wanting to feel better and trying to find a solution to why I was tired all the time. And the results that I've gotten brought me back to being myself. It brought me back to being the best spouse I can be, to being the best father I can be. Any of my friends that ask me, they see me, they're like, you're a different person, or they're like, what are you doing? Guys, if anything I've said today resonates with you or makes you think that this might be a good place for you to come get checked out, meet with a specialist here and get your life back on track and feeling better.
Thank you. It's true. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Tiger, dragon, do you have what it takes to win? Be fierce like the tiger, strong like the dragon. Only the brave will survive.
Yeah, that's not how these games work. With Tiger and Dragon from the Kansas Lottery, you can win up to $125,000 or $100K in a second chance drawing.
You are weak.
Ouch. It's not a video game. It's better. Play Tiger and Dragon instant games from the Kansas Lottery.
Let's play.
Yeah, that works. See kslottery.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
It's almost Andy Reid. When I landed in KC, I started doing commercials, the whole playbook. That's how I teamed up with Renner Garage Store. For nearly 70 years, Renner has been serving KC with the latest styles, top brands like Delden, Amar, and LiftMaster, and the trusted service of a family-owned team. Get your free estimate today, and if you're looking for work, Renner's hiring installers with paid training. RENNER forward and back.
RENNER, RENNER.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
On the Missouri side, a crash between exit 55, Missouri 210, and exit 57, Front Street is slowing traffic for about a mile. On the Kansas side, westbound Highway 152 at Brighton Avenue, the left lane is closed. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Our guy Ben Maller of Fox Sports Radio. Of course, you can catch him overnights right here on 96.5 The Fan, and it's all brought to you by our friends at The Landing in Liberty. And Ben, you know, we can start anywhere on this one, but I think the big news, obviously, of the day is these OTAAs, these mini camps that are going on. So many great storylines right now in the NFL. Which is your favorite, Fat Debo, who didn't show up, or Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, well, so it's like Aaron Rodgers is at the very top because we spent the last, 4 months I did talking about Aaron Rodgers. So the fact that he's finally arrived. And, oh, by the way, he got married. He didn't tell anyone. And and there's no photos of it. I don't know how he pulled that off, because even if you went to the courthouse, somebody at the courthouse has to like sign the paperwork. And normally those people, the next call they make is to TMZ to get a check. So somehow he pulled it off, and then the tabloids have no photos of this woman. So like that's in 2025, you can't find a photo. You don't know her last name or any of that. That's interesting. So that kind of stuff is great. The Stephon Diggs pink bag of drugs, which he wouldn't talk about. A guy that lives his entire life on social media says he doesn't want to talk about his personal life. I thought that was great. I mean, there's so many of these things. It's where do you stop? The Cleveland Brown, Joe Flacco, just ripping apart people that dance on TikTok and all that. I mean, it's just priceless. This stuff is great.
Ben, I think it's interesting how we look at the NFL and just listen to you there. The thing that's interesting is that people, they don't know where the next out is going to be, whether it's Rodgers is really married to a Holy Spirit of some sort and not even a human being. But yet we don't have to watch this, right? Like we don't have to pay attention to Shedeur Sanders getting asked questions about his dad's health and saying that I'm going to be a Cleveland Brown quarterback. We don't have to watch these guys display their lives, but for some reason we do. And I ask you, are we too far gone?
No. We are okay because we have talk shows. So as long as we have the talk show to do, we are fine. And if anyone says, "Well, what do you care about Shedeur Sanders or whatever?" I have a talk show to do. So that's it. I just say that, and then I feel better. Dusty, my conscience is good, and all that. But it is just the time of the year. This is the seasonal thing, OTAAs and all that, and. It's the one thing that bonds all of us together. Like everything is pretty regional other than this. And so I'm in. I love it. I look forward to this. These are the kind of things I'd rather talk about a lot of this stuff than some of the games are often not that good. Like this stuff's entertaining. The peripheral stuff in the suburbs is wonderful.
No, it really is. And I think that's, a lot of people have opinions on that kind of stuff. Some people didn't watch the game or whatever, but man, they got an opinion on Cardi B, or they've got an opinion on whoever. But I think Dusty raises an interesting point because Adam Silver talked about that, yesterday when he was on Dan Patrick. He was talking about the differences between ESPN and TNT. And he says, well, ESPN is more of your hardcore basketball than what TNT brought to the program. What do you think most people want? I think it's more of the entertaining side of things because that encompasses more people than the X's and O's side of things. So when Adam says that and Dusty's talking about that, the entertainment thing I think has maybe surpassed a lot of the on-court, on-field stuff.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I thumbs up on that because it's and I ripped Adam Silver in the overnight too. I was like, listen, I know you're trying to scramble and defend the NBA, and I think this NBA Finals has proven there's just not that many hardo basketball people. They're just not. And the whole model is, hey, let's kind of the male soap opera, right? Most people watch sports are dudes. There are women, and well, obviously, but most people are guys, and they're into this is our soap opera. This is what it's all about. And Adam Silver's like, he was trying to defend ESPN. ESPN's basketball coverage is unwatchable. It's horrible. It's a bad product, and I know they write a big check, and so the NBA is okay with it. But Turner Sports was light years ahead of ESPN because they don't take themselves seriously, and they goof around, and they'd have fun. And it's entertainment. Like, if you have a real job, like we don't have real jobs. If you have a real job and you got a couple hours at night to watch a basketball game, would you rather hear Charles Barkley and Shaq and those guys crack jokes or a play-by-play X's and O's breakdown from Doris Burke and Kendrick Perkins? No, please. I'd rather stare at a wall than watch that.
No, I get it. So I want to ask you about the NBA Finals because last night was a game. I guess it was close. It was interesting, but I don't think anybody's watching it. Everybody that I've seen from any other major network, whether it's been, Colin Cowherd or it's guys on, First Things, nobody's watching, and yet we always tell ourselves, give us a reason. There are a lot of reasons to watch this, yet there are a lot of reasons not to watch this NBA Finals. And I find it interesting that sometimes in sports and when we do entertainment stuff like this, we ask questions to be answered, but then we don't even try to give the questions a shot because you have Halliburton, you have SGA, you have two teams, Ben, that have never won a title in their entire existence, and yet we're like, I'd rather stare at a wall.
Yeah, no, it's, I watch. I mean, I'm watching the games as much as I'm not necessarily fully invested because I don't have any skin in the game and all that stuff. But it is the star power. I saw LeBron was complaining. I don't know if you guys saw that. He was like, well, it's the media's fault because the media didn't tell the story. The media, how many stories have been written about SGA, MVP? They've compared him to Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, for God's sakes, and Tyrese Halliburton and all the game-winning shots, and he's the greatest clutch player since Robert Horry or Michael Jordan. And those stories are out there. People are not watching. So, like, whose fault is that? Now, the celebrity factor was funny in Oklahoma watching the games there. The biggest celebrity was Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA, which is not a good sign. And then last night they pulled all these old, like, Pacer players, like Reggie Miller was there, and Meta World Peace or Ron Artest, who I worked with briefly at our place, and then Mark Jackson. And I think Caitlin Clark was the biggest star there, though. I think she was the biggest deal. But, people just, again, this goes back to the Hardo part, Dusty. Like, there's not enough Hardo people. If you're a Hardo basketball fan, you're going to watch. This is a vote of no confidence to the star power of SGA and Halliburton. And SGA, I see him on a lot of commercials. Or at least one commercial, I see the Thunder guys on there, and it's not really moving the needle, though.
Ben Maller, I think a lot of it has to do, though, and it is the cities. I mean, it's Indianapolis, it's Oklahoma City, and it's trending to be the lowest-rated NBA Finals we've had in a generation, basically. And then you look at baseball, right? Everybody says baseball's dying. Well, you had New York and L.A., and you had the highest ratings in a generation for a World Series. I think it's all about the city, man. You put New York on somebody's jersey, people are just going to naturally watch that. Or you put L.A. on a jersey, and people are just going to naturally watch that.
Well, yeah, and it's one of those things. It's like the old Howard Stern thing. People listen to Stern more if they hated him. Well, people watch if you hate the Yankees, and you're going to watch. I know the Yankees have been in town this week there in Kansas City, but if you hate the Yankees, you're going to watch so you lose. Or if you hate the Dodgers because they've signed every good player the last 7 years, you're going to hope they lose. And so, yeah, you tune in for that. Like, there's no real emotion. You can't really work yourself into a lather because of Oklahoma City playing Indiana. It just seems like a random Thursday night in November. It's like you wouldn't watch that if they were playing in November or December or January. So why are you going to watch it in June when the weather's nice and you can go do something and enjoy your life?
Yeah, I was going to say, I saw a tweet earlier. We're bringing it up on the show a little bit later today. Saquon Barkley, best running back of all time? Like, Ben, come on. Like, why do we do this? Why do we get so high on one Super Bowl or one team? And look, I will be honest with you, and I will look you dead in your face right now on this computer screen, and I will tell you, hey, when Mahomes did that the first time in the Super Bowl, when he came back against Houston and Tennessee and San Francisco and won a title, I was probably swimming in the pond of saying this is going to be the best quarterback we've ever seen play football. But, hey, at least he did it against 3 teams in the playoffs consecutively and at least continued to do it. We got one really, really, really good year, Saquon Barkley, and now all of a sudden, crown him? Like, what are we doing now?
We always do this, though. We've done this for 20 years. We've done this. It's recency bias. It's prisoner of the moment combined with engagement farming. Like, you have all these things mixed together. It's like whatever's going on right now is the greatest of all time. And whoever played a few years ago, they were playing against plumbers and they were playing against, carpenters, and they whatever's going on right now. And it also does depend on how old you are, because, for me, the greatest basketball, I'll give you an example, basketball, Michael Jordan. I've seen the entire career of LeBron James. I've heard all, people say, LeBron's 10 light years better than Jordan. I said, well, no, I watched Jordan. Jordan's the greatest. But, the running back thing, Barkley was wonderful, but he's not the greatest running back of all time. That's ridiculous. It's dumb. It's stupid. But it does get clicks. It does get engagement. So there's an ends to the means to the ends and all that. So it's good. But here's the other thing too about Barkley. I read a stat, because there's a stat for everything. If you look at the amount of carries that Barkley got last year, and you look at the comps, he is going to have an epic fall in terms of production. The amount of carries he got and touches of the football last year, if you look at every other player the last 20 years that have had that level of touches, all of them have fallen off tremendously the following season. So he's going to have to overcome that this year in Philadelphia. And they have the championship hangover from winning the Super Bowl. So they've got that to deal with too.
Ben, we appreciate the time as always. Enjoy dreaming about what could have been with Aaron Rodgers and the Rams, and we will talk to you again next week.
We were this close. Thanks, guys.
That is our guy, Ben Maller, all brought to you by the Landing up in Liberty. Imagine if they did get him in Los Angeles, the quarterback known as Aaron Rodgers.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, Sean McVay said that's kind of our backup plan if Stafford didn't sign.
Well, looks like it works out.
Yeah, for everybody.
Mac, let's do it.
One word.
First name is blank, and he goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
Katie Holmes.
No. Ah!
Are you listening?
What's your least favorite thing about working with yourself?
Body odor. You get one word.
On the count of three, name your favorite dinosaur. 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor.
This is One Word on Fescoe and Dusty.
One word on those Royals these last 2 days. We heard a cut from our boy Vern in his post game. He's upset. He said it's been embarrassing. He used the E word, one word on the Royals these past 2 days.
Past 2 days, I'll use that same word. It's not been great for them. The pitching hasn't been there. The offense obviously hasn't been there all season long. You kind of got your teeth kicked in the last couple of nights by the Yankees. So I think Vern's words are fair to use for everybody. The last 2 nights, kind of embarrassing, yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Right, yeah. Ridiculous, unwanted, regressing.
That's a good one, Dusty, regressing. Yeah.
It's all there, black and white, thick and thin. You stole from fizzy lifting drinks, you lose. Good day, sir. Somebody fire up that dugout. Somebody fire up that clubhouse. Somebody look in the mirror and say you're sick and effing tired of this and that you're done being a 500 flirtatious team, that you're actually going to go out there and be the team that you think you can be. I don't care if it's Vinny, Bobby, Sal, whoever. Somebody, somebody go in there and light a fire and kick some tires. But regressing is not what you want to be right now on June 12th.
Yeah, and that's definitely what's happened. One word on the NBA Finals. Pacers get a win in Game 3. Everyone keeps trying to count them out. They keep coming back. 116-107. Tyrese Halliburton almost with a trip dub. One word on the NBA Finals.
Cool. Interesting. You want a reason to watch? Now you have one. They can only ask so much, and you can only do what you say you will do. When you gave me the absolute worst possible matchup for the NBA Finals this year, you said, well, what will make you watch, Dusty? I said, well, give me something interesting. Well, Oklahoma City was supposed to be the big favorite, minus 800 to win the series. Oh, by the way, the tables turned. Advantage Indiana. We are at 2-1. This thing might go 7. Yep. And what's the other thing that we like to say about NBA Finals, Stanley Cup Finals, any sort of 7 situation game final? Give me 7 and I'm there. So let's see what happens. Florida Panthers are up 2-1, and the Indiana Pacers are up 2-1. Will we get another 7-7 when it comes to God? Now I want a 7-7.
I'd take Game 7. You'd be there for.
I'll tell you,
gotta get there first.
7-7. Turnpike Troubadours, another great song. But interesting is the word I will choose for the NBA Finals because almost another triple double with Dad in the building.
Yep. This is a good matchup, man. You know, media tried to say it wasn't, but it always was. Basketball. This matchup just was. I mean, basketball knowers knew that. Yeah. One word on Charles Barkley talking about the Knicks and their head coaching search. That's been a debacle.
The Knicks got to be the stupidest damn people in the world. Like, you don't fire no good coach like that and don't have a plan. I mean, Tibbs did a hell of a job. Obviously, something's going on there, but you don't have a plan. And now the 3 coaches turn you down. You got to have a plan, man. And they don't have a plan now. I mean, I don't know what the hell they're going to do.
Correct. Dead on. Is that one word? Dead on?
I'll give it to you.
Because, I mean, he nailed it right there. I mean, he's absolutely right. You fired a coach with no plan in place whatsoever. No matter what you do in life, right? You got to have a plan. If this doesn't work, then what, right? You got to have that backup plan. The Knicks just fired a coach and went, okay, who wants to be the head coach of the Knicks? And everyone's like, no, I have no interest in that. Because now the reputation is back, right? Nobody wanted to work for James Dolan. It was a mess over there. They got this thing moving in the right direction. and then out of nowhere you fired the coach, you don't have a plan. Why would anybody that has a brain want to take that job at this point in time?
Yeah, let's see here. Chuckish. I mean, I think that's like, he's the guy, that's why he is who he is. Like, he's saying what a lot of people probably believe. And then you hear Charles Barkley say it in such a, normalcy of what guys would talk about or how they would talk in the water cooler. So I think that's why it's so, I don't know, it makes sense to me. Like, it is. It's perfect. It's great. It's deserved, I guess would be my word. So, yeah, sorry, Knicks. Like, I mean, I don't know. Hey, I'm going to do I really want a job where I'm going to make, $60K a year, 40 hours a week, 2 weeks paid vacation, have a couple holidays off. Hey, here's a job right here, 55, 2 weeks. Not good enough. We're going to go try for something different. Okay. Eastern Conference Finals. We'll get somebody. No, you won't.
No, you won't. I hope everybody looks at that job and is just like, nah, and they end up hiring Meta World Peace.
I think they're going to be just fine. One word on the U.S. Open.
Hard. I mean, looking at that course this morning.
I know that I'm hard. Yeah, and not that way.
Yeah. I mean, people are like even before they even teed off.
Yeah. Infuriating is what I will use for the U.S. Open this weekend. It is a course. This is why it's interesting, because you always have the green jacket that kind of takes a little bit more into the Masters feel and like the ambiance of what the Masters is. But what the U.S. Open is like golf's nature's way of telling the golfers F you. The rough is just disgusting. You will see guys lose their absolute minds this weekend. Oakmont will fight back, and the U.S. Open always has one goal: 0 red. 0 red. Spawn leading the tournament right now at -2. Rory McIlroy at -1. I will be shocked, but again, I get a lot of things wrong. I will be shocked if there is a negative in front of a number by the time this tournament is over.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think you'll be wrong about that at all. And if you are, holy crap, that guy played well. Because this course, I was looking at our sister station in Pittsburgh with videos and stuff from that course. It looks like they're in the middle of like a wild field with that rough being as long as it is and whatnot. Like, it's going to be a bear for a lot of these guys. I told Dusty they should offer a yellow jacket for the U.S. Open.
Oh, that's good.
How much of the Masters that gets all the love is because it's spring and everybody's ready for winter to be over? I think that plays a factor in it as well.
Sure.
And the music.
Music,
and it's beautiful.
yeah,
It's calming. It's the perfect time of year. Everybody's ready to break out. We're ready for sun. We're ready for spring. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, during the pandemic, they played it in November. I don't think it had the same effect.
No, everything was different.
Yeah.
Everything was different.
You still going Morikawa?
Yeah, I already the bet place did.
Okay.
Yep, 25-1. So I had a free bet, 10 to win 250 on Colin Morikawa. So we will see. Yeah. So Rory McIlroy did just birdie. He was at 2 under, tied for the lead early on in the U.S. Open, but it should be fun as it wraps up on Sunday. Coming up on the other side, we will get to Smash or Pass. This week is very interesting, and don't forget it is brought to you by Booth Creek Wagyu, Casey's best steaks, now with 2 locations, 95th and Knoll and 135th and Metcalf. Smash or Pass on the other side here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Smash. Hey, it's Vinny Pasquantino, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Hey, it's Dusty Likens, and the boys in blue are rolling along. The season is in full force, and all season long in full force, we're bringing you the proud partner of your Kansas City Royals, Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. They're absolutely delicious and pair perfectly with a day at the ballpark. Oh, I can already feel that warm summer weather, and nothing goes better than a Surfside Lemonade and Vodka in Kauffman Stadium all season long for you there. Surfside is only 100 calories per serving, and the best part, 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip and enjoy while you're at the game. Ask for it also at your local bars and liquor stores. You must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly.
Summer savings are here at Going Gone by Dick's Sporting Goods. Score up to 70% off styles from top brands like Nike, Adidas, Jordan, Kalia, and more. Discover new markdowns and arrivals every week. Hurry in and save big on summer styles at your Going Gone.
Hi, Mia here at the winnings desk of the Missouri Lottery. With 56 million winning tickets last year, anyone can win big. So set your destination to winning, like gas stations, grocery stores, or anywhere you can buy a ticket. The Missouri Lottery. Winners welcome and play responsibly.
Hey there, Royals fans. We've got more ways to watch your boys in blue this season than ever before with FanDuel Sports Network. Subscribe directly to FanDuel Sports Network to stream all the action, or, new this season, Royals Baseball is now available on Amazon Prime Video as an add-on subscription. You can also access FanDuel Sports Network through TV providers like DirecTV, Spectrum, Xfinity, Fubo, and more. Visit Royals.com/TV to learn more.
It's the trip and the game of a lifetime. Join the Red Kingdom in Sao Paulo, Brazil, as Kansas City takes on their division rivals from LA on September 5th. True Fan Travel is taking diehard fans on an unforgettable 6-night adventure across Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo with the legendary Christian Okoye, hosting authentic local experiences and exclusive events, all filled with beaches, music, food, football, and much more. Whether you're a seasoned traveler or it's your first international game, you'll explore, connect, and rep KC like never before. Learn more at truefantravel.com.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft chews, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Name That Famous Father is an exciting, interactive promotion hosted by 96.5 The Fan and Hy-Vee, where listeners will test their knowledge of famous fathers from various industries. Each day, they'll hear clues on air and have the chance to guess the famous father. The more they listen, the more chances they'll have to win $500 Hy-Vee gift card to treat their dad to everything he might need for Father's Day. From cards and gifts to barbecue supplies and more. After 5 qualifiers are selected, one will be chosen to win a $500 Hy-Vee gift card for Father's Day.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Northbound 169 Clay County is closed for bridge reconstruction. Southbound 169 is closed from the downtown airport to 5th Street. And the 18th Street Expressway is fully closed between Kansas Avenue and Steel Road. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Welcome back to Fescoe and Dusty with Mac Morey as well as we dive into Smash or Pass. Now remember, right? Remember, today you got to be caller number. How many days out are we for the Chiefs? 86?
85, I think.
85. Okay, you got to be caller number 5. Now, obviously, you want to wait for the sounder.
Finally, I'm one of those guys who can't wait to get to work in the morning. Like a dairy cow.
Today at OTAAS.
Oh, yes! Yes!
That really is. Yeah. No, that really is.
You don't have to worry about me leaning.
Yeah. Whatever you say, Coach.
Got a damn tripod I'll lean on.
Chad's jism.
Got the camera. No, you want to be caller number 5 when you hear that sound. And of course, this is Smash or Pass, brought to you by Booth Creek Wagyu. Now 2 locations. One is at 119th or 135th in Metcalf. The other one's at 95th in Null. Booth Creek Wagyu, Casey's Best Steaks. And we go to Smash or Pass. You can't make that up.
No, you really can't.
It's like tube. So we saw this yesterday. We're in our meeting, and we've got these, ideas that go back and forth. Like, all right, tomorrow Smash or Pass. Mac, what do you want to use? Like peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And we can't do that one again, Mac.
We've done that.
All right,
man,
Cheeto Puffs.
Yeah,
no, can't do that one either. So then I'm on my phone and I see this come up.
Yo, today was a nice day, so I headed to Spike Lounge, and I heard the chef make these chi-chis that got everybody in a frenzy, so I came to see what the hype was about. First of all, I was so blown away by the creativity, and this was my first time ever having one, so I was so excited to try. Cause be for real, who make gourmet chi-chi and really got people going crazy over? And then the fact you could get barbecue or buffalo chicken, clams, tuna, lamb, salmon, or chili. Please be for real when it comes to a nice meal. I never hit a chi-chi, and I don't eat tuna, but when I say delicious, I wouldn't even lie to y'all. I was so intrigued by how it was made.
So that was what they considered prison food. And again, it was what? Lamb, tuna, oysters, clams.
It was some of the nastiest stuff I've ever seen.
And they built basically a Chipotle bowl of it and then put nacho cheese and tuna over the top.
Oh, but you forgot they put it in a blender, made it all mush, shook it up in a big bag, poured it out, and then put this stuff on the top.
It was pureed.
Yeah.
Smash or pass?
Pass. Big time pass. Huge pass. Not even, my sister lives in Philly. I sent her that. She goes, ugh.
And it was titled prison food. So I guess they're eating food like that, and they just...
Yes, they're making gourmet prison food is what they're essentially doing.
Prison cuisine.
Yeah.
I thought it was like in prison there was a lot of ramen noodles.
Well, that had ramen noodles in it.
It had hot dogs. It had it had the pink stuff. It had gray. Had a little of the yellow.
Had what? Had pink stuff?
It had the pink stuff.
Oh, gotcha.
Had the gray. Had a little of the yellow all mixed in there.
There's a lot of yellow.
Lot of yellow.
What got me is like, what you get your candy corn, or not candy corn, kettle corn in. That's what they put it all in when they pureed it and then shook it all together.
Yeah. It was.
So let's talk about that. Since we had the downtown days, I think there's those shiny days, downtown Lee Summit days. Kettle corn, are you guys in?
I like kettle corn. Yeah, that's a good fair food.
Yeah, for sure.
See, I'm an out guy.
Yeah.
It's too sweet and salty.
Sweet, yeah.
Too sweet and yeah.
Funnel cakes.
In
smash or pass?
Yeah, I'd be
funnel cake.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, probably not a whole one to myself.
Has there ever been a more shareable design food than a funnel cake?
Than a funnel cake. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yep. You know what I mean? Like some people be like, "Oh, nachos with the one side salsa, one side." No. It's still
the
one
funnel
person.
cake. Everybody just rips.
You do,
yeah.
And you don't want to eat just one to yourself.
No, you ever see the plate that they put the funnel cake on?
You can see through it.
Yes,
it's transparent.
Yes.
And then it looks like it belongs on Tony Montana's desk. But no, because I was thinking about that when I was walking through the downtown area. I was like, there's really never been, maybe ever, a more designed thing to share than the funnel cake and the curly Q chips or fries that stack up that look like Marge Simpson's hair, and they're just all clumped together. Perfect shareable.
Popcorn too. A big bucket of popcorn is very shareable. As well.
At least the funnel cake is open.
Yeah, you're not sticking your. You're doing the germaphobe there, and I get that. Okay,
like the funnel cake, you can at least you can flour.
Yeah, but you're still getting your hands on all part of it.
You are getting in there, but you're not getting in there.
Yeah,
you're not knucking it.
Like we had a meeting yesterday, and somebody said, "Pass me one of the quesadillas." So I grabbed the napkin, grabbed the quesadilla, and passed it to the person. Right. Okay. And she goes, "You could just touch it. I got 2 boys." I'm like, "I don't care. I'm not going to do that. I wouldn't want you to touch that and pass it to me." So I'm doing the sanitary thing. So the popcorn I get because everybody's putting their dirty hands in the bucket and you're missing some, and there's dirty kernels laying around and stuff of that nature.
Somebody says there's a prison cookbook written by a former inmate that's pretty creative.
Is it? I mean, like how many options are there? I mean, like honest to God, I don't know. Like you get hot dogs, you get ramen, you get gruel. Like what other stuff?
What is gruel?
Like just whatever's left over, like that stuff they poured out.
Please,
like
sir.
hot dish. Yeah, can I have some more
Can I have some more? Yeah. Who knows? It's usually gray in the movies.
Yeah, exactly. Well, those were black and white movies back then, so we really don't know what color the gruel is. But yes, I get what you're saying. Yes. Yeah, because if you say gruel, you're like, oh, it's some gray substance in a bowl.
Sludgy.
Yeah. That's what they gave to the orphans back in England.
Yes, exactly.
Please, sir, can I have some more gruel? More? Yeah. Did you ask for more?
Waiter. I didn't know what gruel was till today. That's crazy. There's a book out called Jailhouse Cookbook.
The hell wants that?
The Prisoner's Recipe Bible. Well, there might be people that are incarcerated. They're like, I need to figure out how to cook.
Yeah.
I'm going to get this book.
I don't think they let you cook in prison.
They don't let. Oh, that stinks.
What do you think? This is the motel? You got a kitchenette? Oh, they don't let you cook. They don't let you do a lot of things in prison, Mac.
They let you go to OTAs or no?
No.
Damn it.
You get 1 hour of yard time. Make the most of it.
It's funny you say
routes.
that. The first line in this is to answer the question, can inmates cook in prison? Chef Artie Cuisine has written a delicious, entertaining, biographical jailhouse cooking saga, a vivid portrayal of incarcerated New York City chefs' culinary life cooking in jail.
Dang. This guy says, guy that works for me did 4 years. His prison burritos are on another level. Outstanding.
Oh, okay. Say that one more time out loud, Test. Go ahead. I'll wait. Go ahead, Matt. Read it one more time and let it sink in to what you just said.
I'm so glad there's a video component to this show now.
Oh, my Lord.
I've been pounded this week.
Yeah, dude. He read it with...
They make great burritos in prison, guys. Let's go to Gardner and check it out.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Mac thinks they got like a concession stand. You got enough money saved up in your account.
100%.
You can go by there instead of dental floss, you're buying a burrito. Oh, it's Minsky's Day at the federal penitentiary. Everybody gets a slice of pizza.
Winstead, sweet.
Oh, gosh.
You understand what prison is, right?
Yes.
Okay.
He said, my buddy served 4 years. His burritos are...
Hey, every Tuesday, it's Taco Tuesday in prison, and Taco Bell comes. And if you have enough money in your commissary account, you can get a taco.
Oh, my God.
What the hell was that?
In, like, pain.
Mac, oh, you don't have a kitchenette?
He's just so
Can I get a
innocent.
king-size bed?
Mac's just so innocent sometimes.
Oh, my God.
It's like, hey, text line.
You ever been inside a jail before?
Yes.
Prison, no.
Have you ever been inside a jail or a prison?
A jail, yes.
A jail, but not a prison.
Not a prison.
Yeah, they're not country clubs.
Yeah, no.
I got offered peanut butter and jelly and a thing of milk.
I mean,
Turned it down.
We've done this. We did the Scared Straight when I was in high school, and I mean, I'm going to tell you, the county jail, they were peeing on us. And then the federal penitentiary.
You're in jail.
Yeah, exactly. The federal penitentiary was the one they used on Scared Straight on MTV back in the day. So all those guys were quote unquote celebrities to us because we watched them on MTV, and then sitting around with those guys. I mean, good Lord, man.
Son of a gun.
Not a country club.
I love this show so much.
I hear they have good burritos in prison.
Finally, I'm one of those guys who can't wait to get to work in the morning, like a dairy cow.
Oh! Oh! Oh, yes! Yes!
There it is.
And we will be doing the High V giveaway coming up at 8:45 this morning. Qualifier, our fourth qualifier to win the $500 Father's Day High V gift card. We'll be doing that about 8:45 this morning.
But right now, you got to be caller number 5, smash or pass winner. Winner gets a Booth Creek Wagyu, KC's best steaks, now with 2 locations, 95th and Null and 135th and Metcalf. Coming up on the other side, just push your stars. That's all you need to do when it comes to these leagues. If they could just figure that out. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
I truly love my friends over at Park and Go because they do everything in a spectacular fashion. From booking your reservation to prepaying online and saving money to having all covered parking so your car is safe at the airport and shuttle service that can't be beat. That's what goes on at Park and Go, and that's why I use them every time I fly out of KCI. If you're booking a flight soon for the summer, or maybe for the fall, the winter, it doesn't matter when. As soon as you book that flight, go to bookparkandgo.com and make your parking reservation and prepay. That's when you save money, and then it's all taken care of. You've got your covered parking spot reserved for when you are out of town, and what you need to do is just show up on the day of your flight, give them that reservation number, and they'll direct you to your covered parking spot. Then your car is safe from all of the elements. The van meets you as soon as you pull pull into that spot takes you right to the airport terminal. When you get back, it's even better. The Park and Go van's waiting to take you right back to the trunk of your car. All you got to do is walk outside, grab your bags, and jump on the bus, and off you go right back to your car. So do what we did and join their frequent Parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, Drew and Jonathan Scott here. Build a customized renter's policy with American Family Insurance so you can protect your tandem bike on the go. Thief! Oh, he is struggling with that two-seater. Life's better when you're under American Family's roof. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Some exclusions may apply. Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI and its operating companies. 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Honey, I absolutely love how Powell Exteriors Casey is transforming our home. We can't stop now. The new deck and James Hardy siding has the neighbors asking questions. I told them contact Powell Exteriors Casey. They'll listen, assess your needs, offer solutions, and super easy financing at 0% for 18 months on everything. Siding, windows, decks, and custom covers, entry doors, roofing, and more. Check out their work on Facebook and Instagram.
Booth Creek Wagyu, KC's premier Wagyu beef meat market, has even more convenient ways for you to shop. In addition to their location at 135th and Metcalf, they're now open at 95th and Knoll. For Father's Day, Booth Creek will help you serve up the most flavorful, rich, and tender Wagyu steaks, hot dogs, and burgers. Our in-store experts are ready to help you pick out the perfect cuts and provide cooking tips that'll make it a day to remember. Booth Creek Wagyu, now with 2 locations, open 7 days a week, or at boothcreekwagyu.com. Changing the way America eats beef.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Northbound 169 Clay County is closed for bridge reconstruction. Southbound 169 is closed from the downtown airport to 5th Street. And the 18th Street Expressway is fully closed between Kansas Avenue and Steel Road. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
The Out of Options Podcast, with new episodes released every Tuesday on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. 96.5 The Fan, KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Moving right along in the 8 o'clock hour here on 96.5 The Fan. Shout out to Taylor. Big T. Taylor, the winner of Booth Creek Wagyu, Casey's Best Steaks, now with 2 locations, 95th and Knoll, 135th and Metcalf. Don't forget 8:45, your chance to become another qualifier as one of the 5, and then one of you will be selected to receive a $500 gift card to Hy-Vee for Father's Day. Boy, could that do some help.
Could it?
Yeah.
$500 to spend at Hy-Vee is awesome.
Yeah, you just give that to your dad on Father's Day.
Yeah, happy Father's Day, Dad.
Go over to his house at like 8 a.m. Be like, happy Father's Day, Dad. Just out on a run. Thought I'd, knock out some steps early. Fair, give you your card. Oh, what's this? $500 to Hy-Vee. 2 people benefit because he's going to go to Hy-Vee and spend all that money.
That's right. Get you something good.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll get into more Father's Day stuff as we get closer. But we talked about this on the other side about pushing your stars. Can you just start there? Because when it comes to figuring out who has the bigger problem with marketing their sport, baseball or football, baseball or NBA, you got to think it's the NBA. But then you think about baseball, but you see that baseball's viewership is up, whether you want to believe me or not, it is.
Even ESPN, who's getting out of the baseball business, is sending out releases on how good the baseball ratings are this year.
They're up 22%.
A little bit of a stick it to Rob Manfred, who said ESPN wasn't a good partner, I guess, maybe.
And what's really interesting is that baseball is up, according to ESPN's viewership, 22%. And then they are also up in a major percentage towards the younger demographic, the young teens to young adult area.
That's the big one. That's awesome, really. I didn't see that.
And what's great about this is the fact that and I will say this, because of the card industry. Baseball's card industry is huge. Football, baseball, you have a lot more options, or baseball, you have a lot more options to chase. Prospects, Roman Anthony, Jack Caglione, guys like that, Jackson Holiday. Next year, the number one card will be the MLB debut patch logo for Jack Caglione, and the next Holiday kid that will be drafted by the Nationals, right? Those will be the big ones. And in football, there's two. There's Cam Ward, Travis Hunter. Those are the two big cards everybody wants. Football, you don't need to sell that product to get kids involved. Kids are going to watch football no matter what, because dad, mom, uncle, all aunts, everybody's watching football.
And I do believe when I was a kid, obviously my dad had a big influence on me to be a baseball fan, but the baseball card industry when I was a kid was a big reason why. Like we've talked about it off the air. Like back when we were kids, we knew everybody on every team, and that's because we were collecting cards at 5 cents a piece or whatever it was.
Correct.
But you knew who everybody was in baseball, and it's not just helping the kids get back into the game. I've talked to people who work in baseball where the card industry is helping them do their job better because they're getting kind of a leg up on who are some of the bigger prospects that maybe they're not thinking about. They go, oh, maybe we keep a second eye on this guy because he's big in the card industry. So it's helping throughout baseball. It is a great thing for baseball. The only thing that I wish it was better for was more affordable for people just to go buy those wax packs back in the day where you could collect those cards,
Yeah, and you don't have to buy the ones that are, sought out. Like you don't have to go buy the Bowman Mega Box that's at the Target right over here for $54 like somebody did yesterday. But you chase for the card that's worth $54 and you get one every once in a while. But the NBA's problem is there's no push. Right? Like you and I, we're watching. We have interests. We want to see what SGA can do. We want to see if Halliburton can be the heel. We want to see if one of these teams wins their first title ever. Where has that been said?
How come that's not being talked about?
And maybe
more?
it has and we missed it, right? We've been busy. I've been from Omaha to St. Louis to the K to whatever else during the week, or, some people might, not watch the NBA as much as others, and maybe you're dialed into it more than I am, and that's fine. But are they pushing that? Because even though the NFL wouldn't have to do it because people know more about the NFL team's history than they probably do NBA teams' histories, imagine if the Bills were playing the Vikings. The number one story would be one of these teams is finally going to get theirs.
That's right. For 2 weeks.
Yeah. I mean, it would be the only one.
It would be the only story. You're right. It really would.
And in the NBA, you have the Thunder and you have the Pacers. And not once have I seen one team's finally going to put themselves, right? Am I wrong with that, Mac?
No, they should have pushed that storyline way more. There's a bunch of storylines they could have pushed with this. But instead, all season, we've just been told that OKC is just really good, but we're not going to put them on national television. We're not going to push out Indiana, the fact that they were in the Eastern Conference Finals last season. We're not going to talk about the fact until last week, really, that Tyrese Halliburton hasn't missed a clutch shot but twice all season, including 82 games. Yeah, we're just going to act like, two small markets don't really bring in eyes. When there are star players, there's storylines here.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, but whose fault is that? I mean, we sit here all the time and talk about, LeBron's blaming the media now.
Yeah, I agree.
Which is one of the most rich things ever. These guys never want to talk to the media, so bite me, LeBron. Okay, seriously. Players in any sport, you go cover OTAs. Those guys scatter. There's nobody in the locker room. So how is the media? It's talking out of both sides of your mouth. The media needs to do a better job of telling our stories. Okay, where are you available in the locker room to get that done, to form the relationships that used to be had back in the day? I've got relationships back in the day because players and coaches allowed you to have those relationships. The sports don't allow you to really have those relationships anymore. They want to control the message. They want to control the content. And so for LeBron to sit out there and say, oh, the media is not doing a good enough job of telling our story. LeBron, when was the last time you sat down with a random media member from LA who has a talk show like we do or writes for the newspaper and just sat down with that person and told your story and gave that person the time of day? Media will tell your story if you allow them to have access to you. They don't allow themselves to have access to the media like it was back in the day. So LeBron, kick rocks on this one, King.
Well, LeBron might not be the best example. I think this is why a lot of people don't like LeBron, because he speaks about things that he probably shouldn't, because LeBron is
because he's wrong about this.
Kind of. LeBron just isn't the guy that should be saying this, because when LeBron retires, he will have an entire we already know it's coming. It's going to be called The Kid from Akron. Like, it's already been said that it's going to happen. Like, he's like, when it's all said and done, the documentary will speak for everything that you have questions to that you're wanting to know.
As it should.
And that's the way he should market it. That's the way probably Maverick Carter's telling him to do it. That's the way these people are being like, hey, when you're done, we'll put it out there, and it'll be, people will watch it, and people will hate watch it, and then some people will say, I'll never. But, like, LeBron to say that, like, the media is, you have the opportunity. I can follow every single thing that happens in the game on my cell phone, and that's been made present by the media. Like, Twitter has the availability to go and see things in the locker room that, like, you only read about in your papers. The problem with the NBA is they have a clown running their organization in Adam Silver who doesn't understand how to push. Maybe instead of trying to go find the trophy fish in the gigantic pond and say, well, gosh, who's going to be the next Michael Jordan? Who's the next face of the league? Maybe find faces, and in that group of faces, you might find your face.
Oh, I mean, like baseball's doing right now?
Instead of trying, I don't know what exactly, like, you have a ton of options. Maybe one will rise to the top. Instead of trying to go nitpick just one at a time and say, oh, it's this guy. Maybe be like, hey, there's De La Cruz, Bobby Witt, you know.
That's what I'm saying. Baseball's doing a good job with that.
And but I mean, like, are they? Because I mean, like, I don't see it on TV.
But
I don't see that it's, you know, I mean, the cover of MLB The Show was De La Cruz, Skeens, and I forget who else, but it's not Judge, it's not Bobby, it's not these other guys, and maybe we're a little biased that we think Bobby Witt's that superstar outside of Kansas City, even though I think he is.
He is, yeah.
But I think when you look at what this game can be in the NBA, the fact that they just accept it for what it is, it's just like, hey man, you should really get your, like, front yard, like, you know, you should get some, like, pest control out here. You got a lot of stuff going on. That's fine. I'll just mow it down. Well, it's going to grow back the same way.
Right.
Yeah, but it'll still be here. And I think that's the problem, is that, like, Adam Silver doesn't listen to what the people want. Major League Baseball is listening. Doesn't mean they're listening all the time. The NFL just puts their ear to the wall and says, all right, tell us.
Well, here's the thing, though, with the two different sports. I think baseball has figured it out, and I say that with a question mark, more than they have in the past. I think they're young stars in baseball right now. This generation, those guys that you just named, think of another generation where we've had this many stars recently. Like, it didn't happen in the early 2000s, really. It didn't happen in the mid-2000s. Now, you've got kids that are household names. You got kids that are talking about Livy Dunn, you know, when Paul Skeens makes his major league debut. I think every sports fan knows who Paul Skeens is. I think every sports fan knows Bobby Witt, Aaron Judge, Ellie De La Cruz, Shohei Ohtani. That's a hell of a crew right there. And baseball is showing that their numbers are up. Now, we always say, how do you market the game? Well, if you're, I mean, it's so different for everybody. Like, how they market it to me is probably a different way than they market the game to you or to somebody else. Like, I'm not a diehard NBA fan. So are they supposed to take ads out? And I'm just asking this question. Like, if you're the NBA, do you take ads out in NFL games and say, coming this winter, the NBA is back? Like, NBC. You've got the NBA back. I expect to be overloaded with NBA promos during the NFL this year.
Sure, they paid Michael Jordan $40 million.
I heard that was not a true figure, but who knows? But I think that's where you need to start. NBC needs to take advantage of their platform with Sunday Night Football and have commercials for the NBA and show the NBA. Go to where the people are. Right? Everybody's watching Sunday Night Football. You want to market that the NBA is going to be on NBC this year? You need to be running promos. Instead of running promos for Murder, She Wrote, you need to be running promos for coming this fall, coming this, winter. The NBA returns to NBC. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. And then show highlights of all these guys and make it a spectacle like we do with the NFL. Give me FOMO.
And none of those highlights need to be LeBron James,
Exactly.
Kevin Durant, Anthony Davis,
You nailed
Kyrie
it.
Irving.
Right.
None of them.
None of them need to
Jason
be
Tatum,
those
Jalen
guys.
Brunson, SGA,
Yes.
Tyrese Halliburton. They got Cooper Flag. Like, let's put these guys out
I
there.
don't want to say second-tier players, but give me the players out there that aren't for Bob Fescoe, the household name guys.
Yeah.
I know LeBron. I know that all. You show me Cooper Flag doing something. You show me, Jalen Brunson doing something. You got to promote this. But it also goes back to, again, and I will die on this hill, it's Indianapolis versus Oklahoma City. If this is New York, we don't have these ratings. New York, L.A., and Major League Baseball set ratings records. The greatest World Series rating in a generation, L.A. versus New York. Smallest NBA ratings in a generation, Indianapolis and Oklahoma City. Market size does matter. If the Knicks were playing in this thing, they'd have a huge number. Everybody would be paying attention. People want to see what's going on. They don't have that. How do they market it better? It starts by marketing it during the NFL. It really does.
I agree.
It really does. You have an opportunity now with that crossover, and NBC may get some baseball as well. So you may be promoting all of that during Sunday Night Football, and that's good for everybody. Use that NFL platform and bring everybody else up with those rights that you have. I hope NBC gets baseball, so we do get all of that crossover during the NFL time. Sunday Night Football in America, you got NBA promos.
Yes.
During the game, you got it. And then they show a highlight, and then Collinsworth and Tariq are like, man, I can't wait to watch this guy. And you add into that, right?
Jalen Brunson. Oh.
Yeah, right. Like, but that's how you market it.
Yeah,
you know, like
I agree that.
You can market it during the NBA game, but if I'm not there watching that, you're missing the boat. You're marketing. You're selling. You know, I'm trying to think of an analogy. You know, you got the people at your party already. How do you get more people there? You got to go to where those people are, and that's the NFL. And NBC's got the perfect platform to help the NBA take it to the next level.
Well, yeah, I know we got to go, but I would say it's just not all about cities. I agree with you, Bob. No doubt market helps, but there are situations and examples where we've gotten good ratings with small cities. Orlando, Toronto, Oklahoma City in 2012, great ratings.
Who do they play?
The Miami Heat.
Miami.
LeBron James.
Yeah, that's big.
But Kevin Durant on Oklahoma City, Russell Westbrook, those guys were must-see TV.
They were.
Reggie Miller in Indiana, must see.
Yeah, let's take note during the football season how many times when the Chiefs are promoted when it's Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. It's the Chiefs and Mahomes next week. It's Mahomes and Kelsey on Sunday Night Football with the Chiefs in town.
Great point.
And let's see. And maybe I just gave NBC an idea.
You better
maybe I didn't.
You better get your money's worth.
I better get my money's worth. But you hadn't heard it anywhere else. So if NBC starts marketing the NBA, my lawyers will be calling.
Down bad. That's what fans are, and you should be, because you have no reason other than that. But don't give up all hope. We'll dive into what these Royals are on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Hey, it's Matt Quattrero, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, my yard looks outstanding. Had a friend over the other day, and he looked at me and he goes, man, your yard really does look good. I go, yeah, I told you. I've been saying it on the radio for a couple of months now, how awesome the yard looks, and it's all because of my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. The college-educated professionals there did something we couldn't do, and that's make our yard look good. They came in, got rid of all the weeds, all the dandelions, and now it's nothing but green grass. And we get to enjoy that green grass because we love to sit outside. And Aspen Lawn and Pest Control has put that mosquito dome over our house. There are no mosquitoes. There are no ticks. There are no fleas. There's no bugs in the yard or anything like that. They come out once a month and put that dome down and makes it so enjoyable to sit outside and truly enjoy the backyard and the front yard and all the mulch they put down. Our yard looks awesome, and Aspen Lawn and Pest Control did an unbelievable job. They offer full-service lawn care, irrigation, and pest control, and right now, they're going to give you up to half off your first application when you mention this ad. So visit them today at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements. CordellCordell.com.
Psst. Hey, you. Wouldn't a Diet Coke at 7 a.m. totally hit? You know you can get that from Wendy's for just $1, right? Even you, girl drinking a Fanta on the way to 8 a.m. Pilates class. Any soda you want, any size, just $1. So go get that breakfast soda, you morning menace. But maybe hurry, because it's only during breakfast. Morning soda? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours. Exclusions apply. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Hawaii.
Men, here's the truth. In the bedroom, good enough isn't really good enough, is it? This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And if your erectile dysfunction is making intimacy less enjoyable for you and your partner, give us a call today. Because whether your ED only happens sometimes or all the time, it's time to stop good enough and time to start really good. At Heartland Men's Health, we're experts in treating ED. Whether it's only mild or moderate, or even if it's severe. Our treatments have success rates of well over 90%. And because we have a variety of treatments and can even combine protocols, we can likely get you performing like you haven't in a long time. You could even last up to an hour or more and make sex great again for you and your partner. So make an appointment and be done with good enough. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices to serve you.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
When you think home insurance, you think boring and complex, right? Wrong. Allstate is now changing the game with our new and improved home insurance. And it all starts with a simplified shopping experience. Our latest online quoting tool gives you confidence in not only knowing you have the right protection, but our lowest price, too. So check Allstate first for home insurance that's better than ever. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings and prices vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Uber Eats has deals all summer long. Get Burger King, Subway, Popeyes, and hundreds more local favorites and savor every last bite. That sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
You had a solid retirement dream. Sell your home in a few years, bank the equity, downsize, and travel. But with an unpredictable economy and the future feeling uncertain, you're wondering if that equity will still be there when you're ready. But what if you could bank that equity right now? With TrueHold, you could sell your home for its current value so you can access your equity today. You can bank the cash now and stay in the home you love with an easy standard lease. TrueHold even covers property taxes, insurance, and repairs. And since TrueHold hands over your equity in cash now, it's yours to do whatever you'd like. Don't let a shifting economy put your hard-earned equity at risk. Visit TrueHold.com and receive their competitive offer on your home in just 48 hours based on its best current value, not what's coming. Call 1-855-300-9393 or visit TrueHold.com. The smarter, faster way to cash out on your home's value without moving. That's TrueHold.com.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Northbound 169 Clay County is closed for bridge reconstruction. Southbound 169 is closed from the downtown airport to 5th Street. And the 18th Street Expressway is fully closed between Kansas Avenue and Steel Road. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Fescoe and Dusty back morning with you as well. What? Better burrito. I'm serious. Breakfast, the like verde with like the rice, the beans, the pork, and the green sauce, or a like fajita burrito, like smothered in queso with like it looks
The
like
second one.
Okay.
Yeah, no, the second one. I make a good green pork for the. Oh my God, Dusty! I'll
Like
give you
in
the
a crock
recipe.
pot?
Yeah, actually, you do. Yeah,
Mm.
you cook it in there for a little bit. Absolutely, but oh man, it is so good. I'm a sucker for green when it comes to Mexican food, like green chicken. Burritos back in the day, enchiladas. I meant, oh my
Verde
God,
salsa.
yeah.
Give me the green over the red.
100% every day of the week.
Ugh.
I'll take a little of the green stuff, please. Who's the green kid? But no, I love good Mexican food, man. But the breakfast burritos are good, but that second one with the green sauce.
It's always like called like the verde burrito or whatever it is. Like it's like bean. It's always that's only like really the only thing I eat pinto beans in. It's just like, but man, breakfast burrito. Like the mixed breakfast burrito, hash brown burrito from Albalerdo's or whatever.
It's so good.
Try to tell you.
You did.
Every time I
Should've
it's a virus. Once you get it, you're like, you got any more of those?
You got more, you gotta go back. Yeah.
It's good.
Those were those breakfast tacos in Texas, man. Fresh tortillas. The ladies would roll them out, cook the tortilla as you ordered, hot tortilla. And my favorite, and you're going to laugh and you're going to go gross, but try it. I promise you. Bean and bacon in a fresh tortilla.
Oh, I'm sure it's fantastic.
With green salsa.
Yeah. Yes.
Fresh homemade tortilla, refried beans, really thick cut bacon, and some green salsa.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Just do like pork belly.
Oh, my God. Well, this was in the 90s. That didn't exist. It was bacon or something. We've advanced ourselves in food.
You want some of the green or some of the yellow?
That's exactly right.
I'll do the yellow.
Yeah.
Don't get cheap on me. Let me ask you guys this question. I want you to answer it honestly, Mac, and I want you to answer it honestly, Bob. And I don't want any bias. I don't want any homerisms. I don't want any negativity. I want it straight from the bottom of your heart right here. Are the Royals going to make the playoffs this year, yes or no?
Not the way it's going right now, no. And I say that because I still think they're good enough to make the playoffs.
Okay.
I still think there's moves to be made. They're going to have to overspend. The Athletics reporting they're going to have to give up one of their top catchers if they want anything back in return.
So Blake Mitchell?
Yep. Yeah, the Athletic is reporting today. They're like the 20 things I'm hearing about the trade deadline, and it says for the Royals are shopping for corner outfield help and realize they'll probably have to trade either Blake Mitchell, Carter Jensen, or Ramon Ramirez to make that happen, which I'm fine with. I trade every prospect under the sun to get major league players back in return. That's what you want to do. So if they're able to land that outfield bat, I think they're going to make the postseason. Now, if they're not able to land that outfield bat sooner rather than later, and it continues to dissipate like this, and they get 5 games under 500, let's say, then we're having a different conversation. But the Cole Reagan's injury factors in now, and that's a big deal. You know, obviously, we don't know how long he is going to be out with that situation, but you don't want to hear rotator cuff ever.
At least 3 more starts.
At least, right? At least, you know.
I think he's going to be shut down until the All-Star game. Damn. I mean, that's 3 more starts.
Yeah.
That's what, a start every week.
Well, we're only 50-some days away from the trade deadline, too. So the All-Star break is not that far away.
No, it's like a month away.
Yeah. I mean, like
Matt's
literally
got
a
the schedule
month
right
from
there.
right now.
It'll tell you All-Star
the
break.
MLB trade deadline is 50 days away. We're
Yeah.
50 days away from the trade deadline.
And that's the 31st, which means we're, 40 days away from the All-Star game?
Basically, yeah.
35?
July 14th.
July 14th.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
we're a month away.
We're a month away. So, yeah, you're absolutely right about that. He probably won't be back till after the All-Star break, just based on common sense, right? Rehab and all that nonsense. You know, so, yeah. So, at this point in time, I don't know I don't think they're a playoff team at this point in time. And I leave it open-ended, not because I'm trying to be a homer or anything, but because this story isn't told. And then we say they're not a playoff team, then they make the playoffs, and then Twitter goes, he said they weren't going to make the playoffs.
Well, I'll say that.
Okay. You don't think they're a playoff team right now?
I think they're painfully average in what is an elite division in an much above average conference. So I think they're at an uphill battle. Yeah.
I would say right now they're not. And the reason for that is because at one point you had a World Series roster in your pitching rotation, but you had a minor league lineup, as we had said on the show.
World Series rotation, minor league lineup. Yep.
And when your offense got a little bit better, your pitching got worse. And now your pitching is average from what we've seen over the last 9 games against St. Louis, Chicago, and New York. And Oakland comes to town Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Hopefully you get healthy.
And I will tell you this, Oakland is not good, but Oakland doesn't go away. They lose games if you take them. They will win games if you do not want them, if that makes any sort of sense. Like, Oakland, I should say.
Yes, no, that does make sense. If you don't take control of the game, they'll take it for you.
The A's will give you an opportunity with a man on second and third with nobody out in the 8th inning, and they're only up 2-1. They will give you the game right there. Now, whether you take it or not is up to you. And I don't know right now if the Royals are takers in the moment, because I get told, or I get, dropped on by a lot of people, there's no fire. There's no red ass of this team. I mean, 14, it wasn't Moose at the time. Moose found out in 15 it was him. The moment just got to the point. Now, they were already in the playoffs. And the year before that, it was Raul Ibanez. He was the one that was like, all right, enough of this. I'm older. I'm a veteran. I've seen this. I'm going to tell you guys right now, you're better than this.
Teams are scared of you,
And, you hear last night, Denny Matthews says, hey, what Jazz Chisholm did is what Jazz Chisholm can do. You don't let him win. You just ignore it. And look, Denny can say whatever he wants about baseball. I'm going to listen. I'm going to agree. But I can also disagree with things. And I think last night was, now, again, I'm not saying that they should have first pitched Jazz Chisholm. I would have loved it. I'm not against it is what I'm saying. But eventually, you have to do that, right? Like, eventually, George McFly had to punch Biff in the mouth. Or he wasn't going to get the girl, he wasn't going to get the respect, and he wasn't going to get the career. Eventually, you've got to get out there, and whether it's a player in your locker room, whether it's a manager on your roster, whether it's a moment in a game where somebody gets hit, it's irrelevant they get hit, but they throw the bat down and they come on, whatever it is, that's got to be shown, because you're 500. You're getting the absolute blank kicked out of you by the Yankees. Now I've lost 7 in a row, and this was Vern last night when it came to the Royals and the Yankees and where he's at, because he's had enough.
Man, that was embarrassing. This has been embarrassing. The whole thing's been embarrassing, and I'm talking about playing the Yankees. 7 straight losses to the New York Yankees. Outscored by 18 runs. Boo Jazz Chisholm all you want. Where's the lie? What did he say that was untrue? Booing Jazz Chisholm while Anthony Volpe's punked behind. It's embarrassing because you were outplayed in every single facet of the game. Not just tonight, not just last night, but the 3-game series in the Bronx a few months ago, the final 2 games of the DS last year. It's every single facet of the game. They're clearly better. You can't say otherwise. You want to, I want to, you can't. Better bullpen, better rotation, better defense, better at running the bases, better at the dish, more power. They're just better. A lot better.
And again, the Yankees are the standard in the American League.
They are. Yeah.
I know they don't have the best record, but they were the team that represented the AL in the American League last year. They look like they're en route to do that again. You look at what the Chiefs do, they're that team, right? They are the standard. You want to be that good, you want to be a playoff team, you got to do things that they do. You can't have mishaps. You can't have unforced errors. You can't have runners left in scoring position be the number 7 and the number in front of that is 0. So I don't know if it is a roast of the team in the locker room. I don't know if it is milk and cookies. I don't know if it's,
start drinking tequila and stop drinking milk and cookies.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's that, but I know something's got to happen, and I'm no expert. And again, I'll continue to watch because it's baseball and I love it. And I think a lot of you should, because if you're going to have things to say about them or you want to see things change, then you got to see for an example for yourself. And I think with this team, somebody's got to do it. I don't know who that is. You have your options, and you the people who you think might be able to be that guy, but it was once Raul Ibanez. I don't think they need to have a retaliation like Vernon said there, but they need to have a come-to-team moment in that locker room, and somebody's got to be the voice leader.
Yeah, and you only get one opportunity to do this, right?
Correct.
Because if people who yell and scream, okay, it eventually wears thin. You've worked with people before that yell and scream all the time. You tune them out, right? You're like, all right,
You lose
enough.
respect.
You lose a lot of respect, right? But if it's somebody who's calm all the time and switches like that, whoa, that has an effect. That's like, holy cow, we pushed it this far that this guy got mad. It's like at home when I get mad, I'm the cool father, right? I'm the cool parent.
But the kids know when dad's serious.
Right, exactly. They know their mother's the disciplinarian, and ha ha ha, and they come, they try to, oh, can we go? Sure. And my wife's like, I told them no. I was like, son of a gun, I got played again, right? So they know that I'm that guy. Now, when I get mad, holy cow.
Yeah, there's a tone and a look.
Right. And they're like, oh, okay, maybe he's serious now. And so that's why I think there's only one person that can really do that job, and that is Salvador Perez. He's the guy that's been around the block. He's the leader. He wears the C. It is his team until it's not. And he is the guy that needs to speak out because he's seen it all. Jack Caglione can't do that. He's a nobody in that locker room right now. He's been there a week. Bobby Witt, maybe not his personality to do that right now, right? You start to look, pitchers, they really can't do that because they pitch every, fifth day or third day out of the bullpen. They're not there with the day-to-day type of stuff like these position players are. India's fairly new to the organization. Maybe Michael Garcia is that guy, but no, I think it has to come from Salvi. Salvi has to be the captain and the leader for the guy to quote-unquote flip the spread and for it to matter. And if he's the guy that does that, maybe that does send a message to everybody else inside the locker room. But again, I ask this question, like, what does yelling and screaming do? Because people think all the time, and I know we've all been there, these guys just don't want it, they're not trying. These guys are busting their ass every single day. They don't want to be 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position. They don't want to hit 225 with runners in scoring position. They don't want to be on a team that is scoring more runs than just the Pirates and Rockies in baseball at this point in time. They know things aren't working. So it's not like they're not trying and they don't care and they don't want to change and they don't want to get better. It's just not working. Does yelling and flipping a spread, does that impact that? I don't know. I don't know that it's impacting that. I'd like to think you're Major League Baseball players. You eventually just look in the mirror and go, I'm tired of sucking. And you take it upon yourself to get better. And it has to be individual efforts. They can yell and scream and do all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, they still have to go out there and execute. And they're not executing right now. Does Salvi getting mad and spanking them, so to speak, make them go out there and execute more? I don't know.
I just think that it's one of those things where, if you think you are a playoff team, maybe you've forgotten that. And I think sometimes people can, especially athletes, can forget what they embrace or what they actually
have. That's a really good point,
Dusty.
Dusty.
When they get into their own sort of like down and out feelings where you do need somebody to be that guy. That where it's, I not to say that I'm an athlete of any sort of matter, but I mean, there was a time where I wasn't taking college necessarily like where it should have been. I was just kind of, slacking off, going through the motions, going to the parties every Thursday night, getting lit up. And then all of a sudden it's like, hey, if you have another semester like this, you're done in college and then you can figure out what you want to do. And that was one of those conversations that my stepdad never really had with me, but was always kind of like, low tone, never really got mad, didn't do anything like that. But then this was one of those times where he's like, hey, it's up to you. Cause either you can do it or you don't have to do it. And I was like, when he left the room, I was like, okay. I was like, that was serious. I need to get my life together and figure this out. Eventually it worked out in the grand scheme of things, but that's one of these situations where I think, you talk about, does it have to be somebody that doesn't? Nobody does it. So it doesn't matter who the hell goes in that locker room and gets these guys fired up or, who starts giving everybody the silent treatment. I'm up for whatever it needs to be. Like, hey, has anybody talked to Vinny today? Now he just showed up, put his uniform on and went to the cage and started hitting. Huh. Normally he always does. Yeah, normally he does. Well, why didn't you do it today? Because maybe you lost 6 of your last 9.
Yeah, this isn't normal time.
Maybe because, the division's over. The division might be over, but guess what? The wild card could be over. And then you got to start jumping 4 or 5 teams. And then all of a sudden you become to have the conversation in the city where it's like, do they become buyers or do they become sellers?
Right. Because right now they're buyers. But if this continues like this in a month, you may be a seller.
And, I know there's a lot of people out there would say, well, this just isn't like Q's, faux pas. He's not one of those guys. Well, what if it is? Every man has their breaking point.
Yeah.
And I understand we don't get to be in there when the times get, tough. But, maybe Q, the way he addresses it, maybe isn't veins out of the neck, flipping tables. Maybe it's, going to each and every individual and be like, you're Bobby Witt Jr., okay? Start playing like Bobby Witt Jr. You're Salvador Perez. Be a captain. Be the leader. Hit that ball. Get the hit. instead of, going in there and be like, F this, MF and BS and all, like maybe that's just not how he does it. And maybe he calls out individuals one by one, or you call out your leaders, because if they get called out, then everybody else says, oh, geez, Q just called Bobby Witt out. Like, who's next? Like, if he starts there, anybody's up for grabs.
Or you reverse it and you go and you love these guys up and show them the support and say, guys, I know we're all going through it, and I'm going to catch, what do they say, more bees with honey or whatever it is than vinegar. And maybe you do the reverse, though. I mean, I never thought about that until you started talking and Q going to each guy individually. Maybe you go to each guy individually and you boost them up. And, like we've all been in those times in our lives where things aren't going great job-wise. And we've all had bosses that suck, right? And we've all had bosses that can be intimidating and mean. Did that tactic ever work with you? Because I know over the years I've worked with bosses, and the worse they treated me, the less I wanted to do and the less I cared, right? And it gave you the anxiety of not wanting to be in that room. Now, if they come alongside of you and go, hey, man, look, I know you're struggling right now. We're all struggling together, but I got your back. I'm going to support you. We're all in this together, man. Let's get through this together. Maybe that goes over better than going and yelling at these guys individually, because times have changed, right? It's not the 50s and 60s anymore where you're grabbing guys by the face mask and throwing them down in football and, kicking them in the nuts and all that kind of stuff. Maybe coming alongside of them and giving them that positive reinforcement is what these guys need at this point in time. And maybe Q's the guy who has to do it, or maybe Salvi's the guy that does that and goes around and goes, guys, hey, we're all in this together. We know it's not working right now, but we got to have each other's backs on this one. If you got my back, I got your back, and we'll figure this thing out together. And maybe that's the route you take.
I don't know. Something's got to change. Something's got to pick up. Something's got to go. Because they just not a lot, just like a little lifeless right now. It's like, darn, we lost again. Well, we almost came back in the ninth last night. Yeah, you didn't.
No, nobody's saying that, are they?
I mean, I watched the entire game.
But nobody's saying they almost came. It was 6-2.
Okay, 6-3. But yeah, I'm just big. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
But I'm just
6-0
saying.
going
Yeah. But it's just it's 6-0. It was 10-2.
Yeah.
Eventually, you hate getting your ass kicked. You're right. Eventually, it's enough of this.
But that's got to be on them. It
True.
really does.
No, I'm totally there. But I also think it takes somebody to be a leader like that. I think that takes somebody to get in there and get a little fired up.
But this is also kind of the norm when it comes to sports, though, too. Like, you have this really good year, and then sometimes you take a step back before you realize that success. And maybe this is the year that the Royals take a little bit of a step back, and then this offseason they can go out and retool and get the bat that they need and, whatever else they need to do to clean things up, and then they really take off the next year. And so sometimes, that happens in sports. We've been very spoiled with our two teams in town, with the Chiefs and the Royals doing it the way that they've done it, where they went to the World Series, then the World Series. And then the Chiefs went to the Super Bowl and the AFC Championship game every year. Like, we're living in an abnormal world. The average sports team has a good year, will take a step back, regroup, because sometimes guys do get a little bit full of themselves. Oh, we've arrived and all this kind of stuff. League adjusts to you. You got to figure it out. So this may be their step back year. And then next year, that's the year they really take off.
Speaking of taking off, this guy took off when it comes to the greatest of all time. Come on now. Plus, don't forget, we've already gotten 3. Today we have a 4th qualifier. We get 5, and one of you are selected to win $500 as a gift card to Hy-Vee for Father's Day. So who is the best of all time? One's already ranked. Apparently they have one good year.
Unbelievable.
And the other side is you're a qualified option to be in the Hy-Vee gift card for $500 for Father's Day. We'll do all that next on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan. You're home. Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Make sure to follow us on Instagram @TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes content from the show. Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, speaking of Hy-Vee, you know how much I love Hy-Vee, and I love the fact that my dad's coming to town this year for Father's Day weekend, and we get to spend it together. And it all starts with Hy-Vee, because we're going to do a great breakfast on Sunday morning for Father's Day, and maybe we'll do some steak and eggs as well on Father's Day, because they're having a great steak sale that's going on right now at Hy-Vee. Bring your dad to Hy-Vee this Thursday through Sunday for the huge steak sale. And as you know, Hy-Vee's meat department is awesome, baby, with a capital A. They have have the highest quality steaks in town. So not only can you do it great for Father's Day, but you can stock the freezer for summer grilling with all of your favorite steaks. They have 5-ounce bacon-wrapped sirloins, $3.99. 8-ounce New York strip steak, $7.99. A 6-ounce filet mignon for just $9.99. So crown your dad king of the grill at the 4-day steak sale going on now only at Hy-Vee.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Need to sell your house in Kansas City but not sure what the best option is? Selling a home, especially when dealing with foreclosure, divorce, job relocation, or an inherited property, can feel overwhelming. That's why I don't just make offers. I help homeowners understand all their options so they can make the right choice with no pressure and no obligation. I'm Rex, a local homebuyer and resident right here in Kansas City. Whether you're looking for a fast cash sale or just want to explore your choices, I'll walk you through the pros and cons of selling to me or listing with an agent. If selling directly is your best move, I'll offer you a fair cash price and a closing timeline that fits your needs in as little as 7 days or on your schedule. No repairs, no commissions, no hidden fees. Just a transparent, hassle-free process so you know exactly what to expect. Let's talk. Call 816-330-6000 or visit rexspicekc.com for a free, no-pressure consultation. Rex Spies KC, helping homeowners make informed decisions with confidence.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you think home insurance, you think boring and complex, right? Wrong. Allstate is now changing the game with our new and improved home insurance. And it all starts with a simplified shopping experience. Our latest online quoting tool gives you confidence in not only knowing you have the right protection, but our lowest price, too. So check Allstate first for home insurance that's better than ever. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings and prices vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Uber Eats has deals all summer long. Get Burger King, Subway, Popeyes, and hundreds more local favorites and savor every last bite. That sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hear Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
There's a wreck northbound 35 at Highway 69, the 18th Street Expressway. It's been pulled to the shoulder, but it is causing a current backup past 635 Woodland Village and down to Cunningham Heights. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Back in on Fescoe and Dusty with Mac Morey with you as well. Hey, by the way, some positive. Jack Caglione has a 4-game hitting streak.
Smash.
Even though we've got somebody in the text now, he can't play right field. He sucks. He's not supposed to be in right field. He's supposed to be the future. Relax. He's just fine. And yes, he's not supposed to be a right fielder. He's supposed to help out until you can get a right fielder. He will probably be a first baseman / DH. And he's played really good first base. So I'll make a diving catch. I mean, that guy could literally kick me in the shin and I'd be like, what a kick. But either way.
Oh my God, there is one survivor in the Air India crash that walked away. Have you guys seen the video of this plane crashing this morning?
I've seen some of this, yes.
Have you seen the plane crash video yet?
No.
Try not to.
I don't know that I've ever seen anything like it. Air India trending. There was a plane crash. Over 200 are dead. It was leaving India flying to London, and it takes off and just into a huge explosion. And then they said there's one person that walked away unscathed from that crash. They're calling it the miracle survivor, obviously, of this flight. And they're actually interviewing the person on the news in India right now. But I mean, the explosion of this plane. Did you see that?
That's devastating.
Oh my God.
Okay, well, on a positive note, we have qualifiers for Hy-Vee $500 gift card. We have given away 3. We will give away another one today when we do our famous father, because you could get a $500 gift card if you are one of the qualifiers selected for Father's Day. Clue number 1, Bob, is
father of 3.
There you go. So you should be familiar with how we've done this. We will give you 2 more clues. Mac will give you clue 2. I'll give you a 3rd clue, and then you can call it Mac and be caller number.
Let's go 9.
Okay.
9.
Caller number 9.
All right.
Caller number 9
work today.
That's right. But it was interesting. We saw this article. Best running back of all time, Saquon Barkley. No? Okay, Bob's out.
Bob's leaving.
Took one season, won a Super Bowl, didn't even win Super Bowl MVP. And according to this, yeah. What are we doing here?
The greatest of all time.
Mm-hmm.
The man who couldn't stay healthy for half the seasons that he's played, right? Mm-hmm. Had a great year. Nobody's discrediting that at all. Historical year. Nobody is discrediting that at all. But to say he's the greatest of all time, that's ignorant.
And it's not like experts are saying that. There are people that would say that he, from what he did last year, greatest running back of all time, ? Now, to give context, he says he wants to be the greatest of all time, but he never will be the greatest of all time. I mean, guys like Eric Dickerson, Earl Campbell, Adrian Peterson. Unfortunately, he is dead in a murder. O.J. Simpson. Those guys were way far and away. And I'm not even getting into
Barry Sanders
or LaDainian Tomlinson,
Walter
or
Payton,
Eddie George. I don't know about that. That's just a real.
He's
deep
up
pull.
there.
Yeah, he's up there.
Really good.
The Ohio State.
Yeah, no, he's legit.
Eddie George is
in
legit.
Conversation. I mean, I don't even know that Saquon Barkley's the best of today.
He's not the best I've seen in my 26 years of life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so no, I think it's ridiculous to say that, he is the best of all time. But again, as Ben Maller kind of talked about with us, it's recency bias. It's what we do now in sports. Guy had a great year. He must be the greatest of all time. But, he's probably headed for a downfall. And Ben sent us these stats from fantasy running backs the next year after they had a year like this, right? And like DeMarco Murray in 2014 went into the year as the second best running back.
What a guy he was in fantasy then.
Finished as the 15th best running back. Eddie George
That's Dallas.
in the year 2000 goes in as the number 3 best running back, finishes the year as the 21st best running back.
He got hurt because he was on the cover of Madden.
These are all guys who had about
Barkley.
436 carries like
what I had
Saquon
for
Barkley.
breakfast.
Yeah. Sean Alexander in 05. Remember how good he was that year? Broke Priest Holmes' records for the touchdowns and all that. He had 430 carries. He went from running back 1 to the following year running back 30.
He got hurt too because he was on the cover of Madden.
Larry
And
Johnson.
430 carries.
Larry Johnson, 429 carries in 06. Running back 3 that year. Dropped to running back 40 the following year.
He got paid that year too.
He did. Jamal Lewis, 412 carries. Running back 15 in 2000. Next year, did not play.
Got hurt.
Edgerrin James in the year 2000, 408 carries. Was the number 2 running back. The next year, running back 33.
The thing I will say about
So he's destined based on history
and
to have a fall off.
And to give some sort of respect to that, to give Saquon Barkley 2021, right? Because actually we'll go 2019. He had 1,000 yards rushing. 2020, 34 yards rushing. 2021, 593 yards rushing. 2022, 1,300. 2023, 900. Last year, obviously, the 2,000, right? Great year last year. But it would seem that every time he's had a good year, the next year falls.
Correct.
Like when you're saying, good year, down year, good year, down year. Now everybody can be Derrick Henry, who's better than Saquon Barkley.
All time,
and
exactly.
will be
Yep.
better.
Yeah. Derrick Henry
He's better all
currently
time.
is. I mean, he's a current running back that is better than Saquon Barkley.
All time? Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean,
Absolutely.
So we can't even, like, you can't make the case that Saquon's the best when he's not even the best of his year, like not even the best guy playing at this time, right? You know,
Nope.
So I mean, we just get so far ahead of ourselves, and we want we want the finished answer for everything, no matter what it is in life, right? Like I'll bring the stadium thing back up. We all want the final answer to the stadium today, right? A lot of times these things take time. Saquon Barkley's story has not been written yet. I think we're closer to the end of his story than we are the beginning of his story, obviously. But his story has not been written yet. Let's worry about putting back-to-back seasons together for Saquon Barkley before we crown him the best of all time. Because the best of all time does it on a consistent level, at a high level, for a very long time. And in sports, what's that, 5, 7, 8, 10 years? Then you can kind of talk about being the best of all time. Saquon Barkley had a great year. Best of all time is a little ridiculous.
Clue number 2, Mac, is...
Clue number 2 for our Hy-Vee gift card qualifiers of Father's Day. Very tight group of friends.
Clue number 1 Bob gave us was...
Father of 3.
You gave us...
Has a very tight group of friends.
There you go. We'll get to clue number 3 here in just a second. Somebody says in the 816, Saquon is on a completely different planet than anyone you've mentioned. Give me Barkley over Henry.
You wouldn't have said that a year ago. Absolutely would not have said that a year ago. If we were having this conversation in June of 24, you would not have said that. I guarantee it, because Saquon Barkley was a good running back. He played for the Giants. It wasn't anything special. Oh, he's going to the Eagles. Whoop-de-doo. He had a great year. You wouldn't have been saying that last year. Absolutely 100% not. And if you think you would have been, you're lying to yourself, because nobody would have taken Saquon Barkley over Derrick Henry last year.
I wouldn't take Saquon Barkley with the first pick of running backs in this next year's NFL fantasy.
You going to Cam Scatterboo.
No, that's like your Uncle Leo that's going to have like a couple, cutlets before he eats.
Yeah.
There's something on the floor there, Leo. That's just sauce. That's good luck sauce. I can see your stomach sticking out of your shirt. They run a little small.
Anthony's lining it up to take him.
Yeah. No, I mean, I honestly think the number 1 running back I would take in a fantasy draft next year would be, if I had the first pick ticket for running back, I would take Jahmyr Gibbs. I just love it. First off, more than half his games are in a dome, so weather's irrelevant. So that's the nerd part of me taking over for fantasy. 2,
makes a big difference, though.
It does, man. Like,
no, it really does. I mean, running on a dome field in December versus Arrowhead.
Yeah. I mean, it just, I don't know. And their offense is literally based around a 2-headed running back scheme. And
that's why I wouldn't take him. Yeah.
That's why you wouldn't take him. And that's a good cap. Oh, you would.
That's why I would not take him.
Yeah,
exactly.
No, you're right about that, because it's 2-headed.
Two running backs.
But the other thing is the fact that it's like he just makes up for in the receiving game. Because they don't really pass the ball to David Montgomery. Whereas Jahmyr Gibbs, if they're in the middle of a dogfight, because their defense isn't holding their own, he's going to get 3 or 4 just check down passes that are going to go for whatever. Plus, he's the home run hitter. So I don't know. I just really love him when it comes to.
Yeah, everybody's got their own biases, but I think we can all agree that Saquon Barkley is not the greatest running back of all time.
No, but we do this. We have one more qualifier tomorrow. Our second to last one today for the winner to be selected for a $500 Hy-Vee gift card for Father's Day. Bob, clue 1 was
father of 3.
Matt, clue 2 was
tight group of friends.
Clue 3 is works at a brewery.
Binkley.
Yeah. So call Matt. Caller number 9 has a chance to be a qualifier for a winner selected for a $500 Hy-Vee gift card on Father's Day. Coming up on the other side, we hit the 9 o'clock hour. We dive back into what was the stadium stuff that passed yesterday in Missouri and what it means moving forward. A lot of words, not a lot of results. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Hey, it's Michael Waka, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'm having my family in town this weekend. Got a lot going on, but a lot of time is going to be spent outside. It is Father's Day weekend, so you know our patio is going to be in good use. And good thing that we have Aspen Lawn and Pest Control, because not only is our yard going to look great for Father's Day and for my family to be in town, but it's going to look awesome when we're sitting out back and there's no mosquitoes and nobody's getting bit by the bugs because we have that mosquito dome put up from Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. And not only does it eliminate the mosquitoes in our backyard, it eliminates the ticks and the fleas. And now the dog can run around and do her thing out there, and we don't have to worry about her getting contaminated with all of those bugs. And Aspen Lawn and Pest Control has also done an unbelievable job on our front yard. It is green, it is lush, it is beautiful. There are no more weeds or dandelions or anything like that. And even the old guys on the block are like, dang, your yard looks pretty good. And hearing from the neighbors that it looks good is a big-time compliment for Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. They offer full-service lawn care, irrigation, and pest control, and they're going to give you up to half off your first application when you mention this ad. So check them out at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
Life's better with American Family Insurance because we know in making the most of your home, DIY doesn't just stand for do it yourself. It also means dream it yourself. And we're here to help protect the dreams you're building. Save up to 23% when you bundle home and auto. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
This Father's Day, spoil your dad with everything Gates Barbecue. Be sure to visit your local grocer for Gates sauces and seasonings. Both are delicious on meats, fish, chicken, veggies like broccoli and spinach, and on hot buttered popcorn, even as a topping for dips or sprinkle Gates seasonings on chips and nuts to add that extra flavor pop. Nothing says Father's Day like a Gates party tray, sure to please everyone at the table. Be sure to prepare your Father's Day meal with Gates sauces and seasonings. So head to Gates Barbecue this Father's Day. Gates Barbecue. Thanks with love.
Hi, this is Toby Tobin along with Jason Goodenkoff from Lewisburg Ford in Lewisburg, Kansas. Hi, Jason.
Hello, Toby.
Holy cow, you've done it again.
We've done it again, Toby. We won the President's Award again this year. This is the 22nd time we've been awarded this awesome honor from Ford Motor Company.
But what is the President's Award?
The President's Award is the top award Ford Motor Company gives its dealers for excellence in customer satisfaction in both sales and service and their sales penetration numbers. So we are super honored to have received this award for the 22nd time.
It covers the whole works at Lewisburg Ford.
Absolutely, and it's a testament to the awesome people we have working at Lewisburg Ford and helping our customers, and it really shows with this award because it's only a few dealers that get it, and we've done it 22 times.
I guarantee you this is the best place to buy a Ford car or truck in the Midwest.
Absolutely. You couple that President's Award lineage with our no-hassle Toby Tobin pricing, it does not get any better than that.
What is your toll-free number?
816-444-2300.
Or lewisburgford.com.
Summer savings are here at Going Gone by Dick's Sporting Goods. Score up to 70% off styles from top brands like Nike, Adidas, Jordan, Kalia, and more. Discover new markdowns and arrivals every week. Hurry in and save big on summer styles at your Going Gone.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice.
It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
There's a wreck northbound 35 at Highway 69, the 18th Street Expressway. It's been pulled to the shoulder, but it is causing a current backup past 635 Woodland Village and down to Cunningham Heights. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Subscribe to the 249 Miles of College Football podcast with new episodes released on Wednesdays. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Passed yesterday. But you remember this guy?
And just know you're doing the right thing. Like some people say, we all agree Trey will be right? But technically he's still 1% wrong for being under contract. So in my case, I'm 100% right. So it should be a no-brainer. And in Trey's case, I think it should be a no-brainer too. I mean, he led 17.5 sacks for 2 years back-to-back. If I was the GM or I was the owner, take all my money. But I guess they don't operate like that. But
so that was a few days ago. That was Shamir Stewart, the rookie drafted by the Cincinnati Bengals. Adam Schefter tweeted something out recently?
Yeah, Cincinnati's unsigned first-round pick, Shamar Stewart, now has left mandatory minicamp. Stewart had been attending team activities, but without a signed contract, and with the Bengals asking for certain clauses, no longer.
Good. I applaud
Yes,
him. Absolutely
I do
wonderful.
too.
Good job out of you. What's his name?
Shamar
Stewart. Because in the system it's Smar Stiart, and
he types fast.
I'm going quick.
It's early.
I don't even know what that means. Good. I support him 100%. I will stand by that guy to the day I die with what the Cincinnati Bengals are trying to do to him. And I think it's a shoddy thing what they're trying to do to this kid. If you don't know, they're trying to add clauses to a contract that no other team puts in and that they've never had in their contracts before. They're trying to change things up and set a precedent. And he's like, yeah, not going to happen. Now, what are his options, right? The best option for him right now that I see, and it's really the only option. This came from Florio, who you know has been involved deep on this one, right? Something like this happens. I always go to Pro Football Talk because he's a lawyer. He knows about all this kind of stuff, and I think always has good opinions and takes on this kind of stuff. His Chiefs takes suck, but his legal stuff is really good. So first place I go, Pro Football Talk, to see what he's talking about because he's got that background. And he said today, he's like, he doesn't really have many options other than sitting out the entire year and re-entering the draft. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that.
Well, I mean, can he win in the fandom of Cincinnati at this point?
I think, yes, because this is habitual with Cincinnati. I think their fans are resigned to know that their organization is a dumpster fire loaded with ass, and it's being pushed down the Ohio River. So I think they know. Like, if this was a one-off and this was something, this is consistent with how the Bengals operate. I mean, their best player, their sack artist, can't get a deal done with him.
Defensive player.
Yeah,
defensive player.
Yeah, I mean, Bengal fans have been living this life for a long time.
Right.
They should know, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So I think this guy's got the fans on his side. I would hope he does, because they could look at it and go, oh, this organization again. Just when we're starting to kind of turn things around, this is what happens now. So if this guy sits out the entire year and re-enters the draft, watch the Bengals take him again.
Stop. We
How
forgot that
stupid
we
would
drafted.
that? Oh, yeah, that's exactly right. Well, hey, we forgot. Oh, we picked him again? You know, because that has happened in the baseball draft. There was a guy the Cardinals drafted one year, and they drafted the wrong guy with the same name, and he showed up. And they're like, all right, I guess you're here now. They want to know why they want to know why they got rid of minor league teams. I was working in New Jersey, and they said, "Yeah, we drafted the wrong." Who I can't remember who it was at this point. Same guy, same name. We drafted the wrong guy, and this guy's here, so whatever.
Who's the man of the day? I am. You're not. You wished it. I am because you can't be.
So don't tell me there's too many, right? Like there's too many rounds of a base. There's not. No, there's way too many rounds. They didn't even know who the hell they were drafting.
Leon Sandcastle.
Yeah, so this guy here, I don't know, man. Like, I think he's doing the right thing. I support him, and I hope he gets what he wants because the Bengals are trying to screw these guys. And as a pro football player, man, you got one, and if you're lucky, a second opportunity to make money. Don't F with these guys, man.
Define irony. I'm going to leave so I'm not a distraction while also still remaining a distraction. It's like... Because he's JAC.
Oh.
Sorry, I thought I hit the different one. So the vote yesterday. Missouri House.
Chaz Jism.
It now moves to Kehoe's desk. A lot of jokes there. But what does this mean?
I'm trying to think of the word to use. It's nice, but it's not real. And it's not real because it still needs a local vote to pass, whether that's a Jackson County only vote for the Chiefs. I don't believe the Chiefs are going to be working, or the Royals are going to be working with Jackson County. So it requires something for Casey Moe to do from a tax standpoint. And I'm sure Elle will try to get something done to do that. But there's still a local component that needs to be passed for any of this to matter. Like it's a house of cards, for lack of a better term, right? You ever go to like a back lot of a studio and you see all the fronts of the sets and you look behind them and it's all just like 2x4s holding them up and there's nothing behind there? That's kind of what this bill is. It is a step, but in order to complete the process, you still have to have a vote locally and tax the local taxpayers for this part to kick in that the state is giving them. The state's money is on condition of a vote passing locally to add a sales tax component to this.
And then this was John Ketz on the drive, or on Cody and Gold, I believe yesterday, when it comes to the potential star bond extension in Kansas.
Legislative Coordinating Council is the group in Kansas made up of elected leadership. Okay, so elected leaders in the state house and the state senate. If they feel like they are close to inking a deal with either team, but it's not done by that June 30th deadline, they could extend the star bond package. However, Kansas State Senate President Ty Masterson, the Republican from Andover, east of Wichita, told our John Holt this past Sunday that if they feel like they're close, they'll extend it, but they're not going to extend it for a year. They may extend it for a month or two, but they're not going to extend it up to a full year, which they have the ability to do, but it sounds like they're not going to do. They may extend it if they feel like they're close. The Kansas Department of Commerce is close to a deal with one or both teams.
Yeah, man, and that seems about logical. I think the longest, and this is from talking to people in the know over the last couple of days, the longest they would be able, and I use the term able because there's, if you're going to get a vote in Missouri, you've got to get ballot language by January. The longest it could go in Kansas would kind of be to the end of the year. I don't know how much of an appetite there is for that. I think what Ket said is probably about right. But after the first of the year, you're going to have changeover with all that. Ty Masterson, I think, is out of office after this calendar year. The governor is obviously, she's got, her term limit is up as well in the state of Kansas. So if new people come in and they want to do something, maybe the new people aren't going to be on board with the star bond. So time becomes an essence in Kansas as well. But the Missouri thing is nice, right? But it's not a complete thing by any stretch of the means because it still requires a local vote. And the earliest that could happen would be April of next year. Ballot language in Jackson County would need to be completed by January of 26 to be on the April ballot of 26. And so if they get to that point where they do need to have the votes in Missouri, like if both teams reject Kansas and say no to Kansas and then they need to have the vote in Missouri, that has to be done by January to get money, to get ballot language completed. The talk is that there's going to be potentially a Jackson County vote, Chiefs only. What does that mean for the Royals? Well, then there would have to be a KC Mo vote, just KC Mo, of a Royals only type of deal. This deal in Missouri is nice, but it doesn't matter unless the voters locally vote to contribute to what the state is putting in. So there's still another big component going back to the voters that rejected you basically 60-40 a year ago and trying to convince them with a Chiefs only in Jackson County or maybe a Royals only in just KC Mo to get this money from the state. So there's still a lot out there that needs to be done to get this money from the state. This doesn't mean Missouri won and Kansas lost or anything like that. It means it's still an open dialogue and an open conversation. And the term that I was given yesterday by somebody, it's complicated. And I think that's a great way to put it. That's your Facebook status. It's complicated right now. We've got this new girl that really, really likes us, but our old flame is pulling and tugging and saying, come on back. But we don't know if we're ready to commit, if she's not truly ready to commit, and that's where the vote comes in place on the Missouri side. Again, Kansas doesn't need a vote. All the teams have to do, and both teams have been working very diligently with both states to get plans in place. But for the Kansas side of things, all they need to do, the Chiefs need to just pick up the phone and call Laura Kelly and go, we're in. And John Sherman needs to pick up the phone and call Laura Kelly and go, we're in. And it's done in the state of Kansas, and no vote is needed. If they choose to go the route and let Missouri have a vote and all that, then you're playing it all out, and there has to be a local financial contribution as well, and that means a vote of the public. So I don't know what the teams are going to decide to do, but that's kind of what's out there right now. It's nice, but it's really nothing is different than it was yesterday until a local component is passed on that.
Shout out to D. That was the winner of the Hy-Vee qualifier. One more qualifier tomorrow, and then a random winner will be selected for a $500 gift card to Hy-Vee for Father's Day this weekend. Saw somebody earlier say if they won the gift card, they're going to spend $250 at Hy-Vee and then gift the other $250 to their dad.
Hell yeah,
Father's
that's a great
Day.
idea.
You give me $250 and I'm your dad for Hy-Vee, you might be the best kid in the house.
You know what would be awesome if you could do this? Go to Hy-Vee, load up your cart, and get $250 exactly. Not $250.37 or $249.27 or something like that. If you could nail $250 exactly.
I beg, is there a way I can round up to those, industries that you told me to do that? Yes, I'd like to do it for about 8 cents. Oh, great donation. But it's at $250, right?
It hits it even, right? Yeah.
Coming up on the other side, we get the Max burning questions. We are 85 days away from the first NFL game that matters of the season here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. I know that I'm hard.
Fescoe and Dusty. Subscribe and watch the show on YouTube by going to our channel at The Fan 965. Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Hey, it's Dusty Likens, and remember, I've got those friends at GiveMeTheVin.com, and GiveMeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better with the GiveMeTheVin.com's big cash giveaway. Give Me The VIN is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. There are 2 ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. GiveMeTheVin.com wants to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, or exotic. So say goodbye to dealing with dealerships and private sale tire kickers and get a true buy offer for your car. GiveMeTheVin.com puts your car right on the money, providing you with hassle-free online options to sell your car for more. It's as simple as going to GiveMeTheVin.com and entering your car's VIN number or license plate number. You'll get an offer on your car in minutes that is always well above any dealer quote and is guaranteed to beat a CarMax offer, or they'll send you a check for $100. You can go to one of their pickup locations or they'll come to you. It's easy and it's fast. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer, and it's so easy you can do it in your underwear. If you don't believe me, just listen to this.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Men, is good enough really what you want with your sex life? This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if erectile dysfunction is making a bad bedroom experience for you and your partner, you should call us, because you want your intimacy to be fantastic, both for you and the one you love. At Heartland Men's Health, our treatments have success rates of well over 90%. And because we're a medical practice focused on men's sexual health, we can offer many treatment options and even combine treatments to find the right one for you. Which means if you're like most of our patients, we can likely get you performing like you haven't in years. So make an appointment and make a change from good enough to really good. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices to serve you. Heartland Men's Health, a Promenic restorative health.
Do you know a coach who goes above and beyond? The Royals, the CU and the Major Leagues Foundation, and Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City are recognizing those impactful men and women. Nominate your high school coach at royals.com/coacheswithcharacter.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text BEACH to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful Fed incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BEACH to 42424. That's BEACH to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
College football summer is no time to slouch because we are taking you to school on the Cover 3 podcast, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. It's time for our annual summer school series as we take time to break down some of your favorite teams with experts and insiders who know these depth charts from top to bottom. But summer school is just extra credit as we go through positional drafts, player rankings, and more. Follow and listen to the Cover 3 podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Today, expect a chance of rain showers followed by thunderstorms.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
You look good, yeah. I have a bat in the cave. You know what that means? Bug in the nose.
Yeah.
What, I got a bug hanging? By the way, leaderboard update at the U.S. Open. JJ Spawn, 4 under. Number 2 placed, Gary Woodland, -3. Adam Scott, Rory McIlroy, and Wyndham Clark, all at -2 at your top of your leaderboard. So how about the local guy, Gary Woodland, there for you?
Yeah, I like that a lot. If you could pick one golfer of all time to win this tournament this year, who would it be?
Tiger Woods.
Yeah, I think so.
And scene. Phil Mickelson would complete the career Grand Slam if he won the U.S. Open.
Do you want him to, or are you like one of those guys that kind of likes that he hasn't completed that yet?
I'm just never, nor have I ever been a Phil Mickelson guy, so him winning has never really done it for me.
Yeah, for me it did because I am left-handed. He's left-handed, so I kind of always liked that, but other than that, I don't know.
Yeah, now he's just kind of cringe.
Oh, yeah, he is.
He just doesn't. I'm just like, cool, man. You drink like extreme black coffee and do these weird workouts and you have gambling problems. Like, it's okay, cool, dude. You also got paid a ton of money to be in Live. So
Hell yeah, he did. Good for him, man.
Those are the type of people that should have done it. The guys that were against their backs against the wall. So that is your leaderboard. JJ Spahn, -4. Gary Woodland, -3. Adam Scott, Rory McIlroy, and Wyndham Clark, all at -2.
Why don't they do the U.S. Open one year with like all athletes of other sports that golf really well, like Tony Romo, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen,
Curry.
George Brett, Steph Curry? That would be kind of fun.
They do.
That'd be
It's
great.
at Tahoe.
Yeah,
basically.
that's true. They
So,
do.
I mean,
Yeah,
they have it, and that's like basically their U.S. Open. That's an event I would love to go to.
I went
if I
a
had
couple of times. It was fun, man. A lot of fun.
If I had a really loaded friend that had one of those yachts, just sits out there in the lake, and Aaron Rodgers would throw you a bit of football every once in a while. Mahomes will throw you a football. There's
Tahoe's heaven on earth, bro.
They have the basketball goal there where they'll shoot like the free throws or whatever it is, or three-pointer. It's just you've never seen this tournament before, have you?
No, I've seen. I know what you're talking about.
But
But
you know, you see the clips like Mahomes being like hammered, couldn't get the ball out of the hole, whatever. Dude, it's so fun to watch
It
the whole
is.
time.
Yeah, it'd be a blast.
It was fun. We got to go out there and cover that.
It is,
and it's like it's just great.
It's an accepted frat party.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
It's
It
like
really is.
Everybody gets hammered, and it's an all-day event. So at your own pace, on you go. It's 9 a.m.
It's the place where I dove off the boat to the bottom of the lake with my glasses on.
Oh.
So walking around Tahoe, squinting for a week. You want to talk about a headache, right? It was
Seriously.
awful.
Plus, you had the booze and the no sleep.
and all
and the-
that kind of stuff. Marcus Allen was singing karaoke. And
Hell yeah.
Trent Green's like, "Why are you squinting at me? Do you not recognize me?" Like, Trent, I can't see anybody. Right? Thank God I was getting LASIK the following week. Right? It was like, it couldn't have timed out any better. But my God, my eyes, my head, everything was just awful. You know, if you lose your glasses, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. But it is a really, really fun event and an opportunity that I didn't take lightly, as they like to say, but I did because I lost my glasses.
Well, you better put your glasses on. It's time to get in focus because we're 85 days away from the first real game of the season that starts off the NFL season. That is Philadelphia. No, I'm just kidding. That is the Chiefs and Chargers in Sao Paulo, Brazil, according to the NFL.
That's right. Again, that's not us being homers. The NFL put out its important dates calendar, and the first game they have listed is Chiefs and Chargers on Friday night, totally forgetting about the Thursday game.
Locked, cocked, and ready to rock.
You think Adele's going to go to both of those games?
No.
I mean, she could.
You actually, yeah. I mean, he could. I mean, yeah. You know, but do you think he goes to both of those games?
I think he said Adele.
Yeah, rumor has it she'll be at both.
Well, you know, she could set fire Thursday to the rain
There we
for
go.
Friday.
There we go.
Yeah.
I knew you'd join in.
All right, Mac, take it away.
Burning question. Who's the biggest threat to the Chiefs this year in the AFC?
The easy
the
answer
AFC.
is Buffalo, right? That's an easy answer. But I ask you guys, is that the right answer? Is the easy answer the right answer in this situation? Because sometimes you look at the easy answer and you're like, it's too easy to be the correct answer. But I kind of feel like the easy answer is the right answer in this one. I still think it's Buffalo.
Dustman?
No. I think the answer is Denver.
Ooh, I like that answer a lot.
And I think
Hot take.
I think
No, not hot. Good take.
I think
It's still, they both can be
go
exist at
man.
the same time.
Yeah, but
Both
I
can exist at the
like
same
when people
time.
say hot take, they think you're like being an idiot. I don't think he's being an idiot.
Oh, I don't think
on
that at all. I wasn't
Yeah.
trying to say that. No,
Yeah,
this
no,
is a
no.
good hot take. Yeah.
Yeah, no. What Matt
Travis
was
Hunter's a
saying.
bust. Good hot take.
Yeah.
The reason I say this is because they have the best defense in the AFC. Mac might think they have the best defense in the NFL, or one of the top three defenses in the NFL. They're in your own division. You will play them twice. They are clearly getting better. They foisted that Russell Wilson thing onto other teams, and now they've got their own system with a quarterback and a coach that now he can control, and that quarterback can believe in his coach as well. And when you add that defense, you add a competent head coach, and you add a little bit of we've done it before to these guys, or we know that we were a blocked field goal away from the only game that really mattered against these guys. I think the Denver Broncos are your biggest threat because they could take away your division streak. They could take away, if they take away your division, they take away your top 4 seed to where you have a home game and you're on the road every single round. I think Buffalo is, obviously good. I think Cincinnati's great. I think Baltimore's great. But I start where it's closest to home, right? Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Yeah.
Or your enemies closer, your friends closer. Can't get fooled again.
Keep your friends close. Yeah, your enemies closer. Yeah.
And I think you have to look at your enemies. Your enemies are always in your own division. Don't look outside of your division right now. Buffalo's going to be good. Buffalo's got the AFC East to take care of. But inside your own division, they have made it evidently clear that earlier on in the 2000s, nobody wanted to be a part of Tom Brady. For some weird reason, and I can't figure it out yet, people want to go after Patrick Mahomes in his own division. The Chargers have Harbaugh. The Raiders went and got Carroll and Geno. And the Broncos have probably one of the best defenses in football. They have a new inspiring quarterback, and they have a head coach that's done it before. So I worry about the Broncos.
Yeah, that's a really good case that you just laid out there. And you know where I was on Bo Nix going into last season. He exceeded my expectations. Their defense was better than I ever thought it was going to be. Max says it's one of the best in the NFL. And yeah, you may be right. It may be the Denver Broncos, because I do think they're the second best team by a long shot in this division. But Denver's a good one, man. Denver's a good. I don't want to say they're going to be quietly good this year, because I think they're the team that everybody is kind of looking at going, I think Denver's got a shot this year to be pretty good. So we'll see if they're able to put it all together. But Denver's a really good one.
What's the thing that would stop Denver?
Well, just like anybody, a key injury.
Or
a regression by Bo Nix.
That would be mine.
Or a huge sophomore slump.
That would be my big answer.
Or
That'd be my concern.
Surtain gets exposed in the secondary, or the D-line is, but I don't think that's happening.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard to do that, man.
Surtain,
Or the Chiefs are just better than them,
Surtain's the best corner in football.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, we're
Straight
kind of
up.
talking about the Denver Broncos like they're the Kansas City Chiefs here in a second. I mean, seriously, you can hear the scaredness, if you will, in all of our voices with the Denver
They're
Broncos.
a blocked field goal last year and beating you twice.
Yeah.
Starters or no starters.
Yeah.
They would have had. That's a huge, dude. I don't care who you are. That's a huge bulletin builder in your locker room.
Yeah, no, Denver's going to be really good. Yeah, I do believe Denver's going to be good. But that's also the beauty of the NFL. You can literally flip it overnight. Because 2 years ago, the Denver Broncos had Nate Hackett as their head coach and Russell Wilson as their quarterback. And now we're talking about them being one of the biggest competitors, if not the biggest competitor, in the AFC to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Somebody says from the 816, we're taking Bo Nix and the Broncos more seriously than the Bills or the Ravens. Okay, then. The Bills and the Ravens. Okay, the Ravens will get beat up in their own division, so they don't worry me as much as that. The Broncos have a very, very damn good defense. And I think that you're going to realize that this question, when you have a really good defense and a guy in Sean Payton that can manage a quarterback like Bo Nix, you're going to see a game that's going to frustrate you and piss you off. And it ain't just going to be the Chiefs. It's going to be a lot of people, because they're going to get pressure on quarterbacks. They're going to lock up secondaries. And what they're going to lock up wide receivers with their secondary. And then what they're going to do is they're going to move their own pace. And they still have Cortland Sutton. They went and got Evan Ingram. They're going to run the ball. They're going to be a lot better than you think. So
They are going to be good,
So, okay then, guy. Yeah. I'll accept it in the end.
You got to play them twice.
If I'm completely wrong, and it starts in your own division. Like Cincinnati, Baltimore, Pittsburgh. Baltimore may not even be a playoff contender.
I mean, we looked at a list at Baltimore. We looked
if
at
Cincinnati and Pittsburgh and they do knock them out.
Playoff contender. But
I'm saying if they beat them up.
Yeah.
The two best teams in the AFC West without question are Denver and Kansas City.
I think there's question, but I would agree with you.
Do you think the Chargers are better than Chiefs, Carrington?
No, I just think we're saying there's a big gap. I think the Chargers are going to be good too. I think they'll have something to say about that. I think that I'm with you guys in the Broncos. I'm with the defense. I think the sophomore slump people, I think you answered it perfectly. The devil's advocate to that is, okay, let's say he doesn't have to be what he is. He's got Sean Payton. He's got a top 5 defense, so he doesn't even need to replicate what he was last season.
Which of the good quarterbacks has a sophomore slump? Because
CJ Stroud.
Yeah, that's fair, but they still made the playoffs and won that division, although that division wasn't that good.
Yeah.
But C.J. Stroud doesn't have Sean Payton. And what I was going to say is, like, we rank the quarterbacks who we think are the best in the NFL, and I think the top 4 is undisputed. It's Patrick Mahomes and 3 others, right? None of those guys had a sophomore slump. Bo Nix was on a list of the 10 best quarterbacks in the NFL. Whether that's your opinion or not, he made a list of the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL we talked about earlier in the week. If you think he's a top 10 quarterback in the NFL, then he's not going to have a sophomore slump. The good ones don't. The really good ones don't have a sophomore slump. They improve their game. They change their game. They get better. So if you think Bo Nix is really good, then I don't think Bo Nix has a sophomore slump. And if you don't think Bo Nix is good, that's fine.
Who's your biggest threat to the team?
Mine would be Baltimore. I think they've got the best roster in the AFC, maybe the best roster in the NFL. Probably not because of the Eagles, but yeah, I think they're loaded. I think that defense is going to be really good. Maybe not Broncos good, but that secondary is Broncos good, if not better. Their first-round pick and Malachi Starks will have the best safety duo in the league.
That's why you like him. It's close to your name.
It's close to my name. Malachi Starks and Kyle Hamilton will be the best safety duo in the league. And then, yeah, they're going to have that running game back. I don't expect a drop-off from Derrick Henry. They added in the wide receiver room. I think they're loaded. Isaiah Likely, another year better. Mark Andrews, hopefully he gets his, self-esteem back after the long offseason.
First play of the season is going to Mark Andrews.
Better, yeah.
First play, pass to Mark Andrews. Bet it now.
Yes, I love that. But yeah, that would be that just from a roster perspective. And you got Harbaugh. Lamar Jackson's going to be incredible. Yeah, give me the Ravens.
And you make it an easy throw and catch. He catches it, gets 8-10 yards, first down. The crowd's cheering for him.
Big time.
And then he's back.
Yeah.
And then that's how you do it right there. That's how you give somebody the confidence back that really needs that confidence. Easier to do that in the NFL than it is in Major League Baseball. Baseball, we want these guys to start playing better. They're also facing somebody that's throwing 95 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Very hard to do that.
Yes.
In football, you can design plays to get somebody open, to give them that confidence. Just like Andy Reid, when a guy fumbles, he goes right back to him, right?
Yep, every time.
Every time. Mark Andrews has got to catch the first pass in the first game for the Ravens and let the crowd cheer him on. Because that guy does deserve better than what he got. Bad timing to have all that happen, but they don't need to react the way that they did.
Your best friend on the text line said Mahomes had a sophomore year slump.
The year he took him to the Super Bowl and won it? Because that was technically his sophomore year.
Yeah, he went from 5,097 yards, 50 touchdowns, and 12 interceptions to 4,031 yards, 26 touchdowns, and 5 interceptions.
And won the Super Bowl.
Sophomore slump.
I mean,
what a dumb text. Seriously.
Yeah. Yes, he's not wrong.
From statistics, yes. He threw for 1,000 less yards and 25 less touchdowns. But again, it was, welcome to the new team. You have a defense now.
Yeah. Exactly. You don't need to go out there and score 40 to 50 points a game to give yourself a chance to win.
See, now I know why. Now I know the answer to the most hated team in the AFC West. It's the Broncos. Because the minute you give them any praise, here comes all this. You guys suck. Broncos are trash. You don't know what you're talking about.
No, we actually
F
do.
the Broncos.
Yeah.
Why do you feel so strong about the Broncos?
What if we said the Raiders, though? What if we said the Raiders were that team? Because they've got Geno Smith, they got Pete Carroll.
Wouldn't, because it's not. It doesn't have it.
Ashton Genty.
Yeah, they wouldn't care as much because they're not actually frightened. I think fans this year are actually got a little scared deep down of the Broncos. And I think if you're smart, I think of the Chargers too.
And I love this because I'll just go back to, we got 15 in Andy Reid.
Damn right.
Everybody can say that how good these other teams got. At the end of the day, Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes are still walking through that door. Patrick's got shorter hair, but he's got revenge on his mind. Andy Reid ain't happy. They got wide receivers that they can go deep with now. They got Travis that's going to go out and have a damn party. They got 3 running backs. They got a new offensive line, fresh young guys on the defensive side, a rejuvenated Spags giving Kelsey crap about his GPA. Tube is out there coaching special teams. People forget we've got Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, and we prop up all these other teams, and I'll just continue to come back to it and go, we got the cheat code. And when you think you've got it figured out, they got another cheat code, and they find a way to beat you every single time.
Mm-hmm. What do you think is more likely to happen? Mahomes throws for 5,000, Travis Kelce has 1,000.
5,000.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, we're talking about how...
Well, 17th game, yeah.
And it's one of the best offenses, maybe the best offensive cast we've seen him with.
Yeah, that's a good point. And that was a rush to judgment by me going, 1,000's easier. But when you have all these weapons and you're just throwing it around, 5 to you to 5 to you, that's 10, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah. Well, and the 17th game. But they don't ever play in that because everything's
they
wrapped
play in
up.
that, yeah.
I don't want them to play in
me
that
either.
game. I don't want to play in the 17th game. I like the Chiefs. That's their silent protest of the 17th game. We're not playing starters.
We won't do it.
I would love to see another 5,000 year.
Please.
Because I don't necessarily think it debunks the fact that, that means you didn't have a defense. I just think that, I don't know. You know how you ask if there's that guy for the Royals that can go into the locker room and be like, F this, we're tired of losing, let's get our heads out of our ass. I wonder if there's like that capability in Andy Reid to be like, you know what? enough of 28 to 17.
Yeah.
Let's just go out there and do what the Detroit Lions did last year. Because last year the Chiefs won 15 games. Everybody just nitpicked it. They didn't sit back and go, oh, yeah, well, they've won 9 in a row, guys. And they're the two-time defending champs going for 3 in a row. Playing on the shortest rest, on the, least amount of stamina. And here they are. It was, well, they won because Jamar Chase got, stupid. They won because they blocked a field goal.
Right.
What if Andy Reid's like, you know what? Go out there and put 50 on the board. F it. I don't care. Hollywood, Juju, Rasheed, whoever, Xavier, just go out there and play. Let's just go out there and try to put up 40 points a game and only give up 17 at the most.
And guys, it's Travis's last year, so let's go do it anyway.
Yes, let's have fun.
Right? I love that line of thinking, too, by Dusty. Like, all right, enough of this. Tired of being in these games in the fourth quarter. Let's go finish these people off at halftime.
Please.
Let's go up 21-3 at halftime and not blow the lead. Let's go up 21-3 at halftime and go up 42-3 in the third quarter. And then call it a day.
I feel like that's an interesting question to ask. Do you have more belief that somebody in that Royals locker room can flip a table and get everybody pissed off and ready to go out there and start, winning games? Or do you believe more that you would see that side of Andy where it's like, yeah, you know what? Play action pass. Coach, we're up 31-0. I don't care. Do it.
Okay. I think the Andy thing, because you can control that.
But I've never seen it.
I've never seen it. 20-plus years, he's never done that.
I've never seen it, and I would love that
awesome.
side come out.
But maybe this is the new version of Mahomes. Now that he's got the shorter hair, he can go in there, and now I've reached the adult stage of my career. I've been there, done that. Andy, I've done everything you wanted me to do. I need you to do one thing for me. What's that, Patrick? We're scoring 40 a game.
Yeah, let me just air it out.
Just let me do it. Let's go do it, and let's go score 40 a game. Because I know there are some in that organization that I've talked to, like, bombs away, let's go, like wanting to unload on everybody this year. And I think based on the way that the Super Bowl went, I think this is the year that Andy allows that to happen.
You probably remember it like it was yesterday, but how many times would you go to the pool and your kid's like, Dad, I don't know where the puddle jumper anymore. I don't want to wear the jacket. I don't want to. All right, jump in the deep end. See what happens. Oh, they can swim by themselves. Okay, fine. A little nervous at first. Oh, dang it. There's an errant throw that went for an interception. And then afterwards, it's like, oh, wow, this is nice. I can sit back in my chair, put my sunglasses on, talk to my wife, and my kids can swim, and I have no issues.
Right.
Andy Reid can then sit on the sideline, put his playbook down, cross his arms, say, all right, Pat, go call the game. Go have fun with it. Go hang 41 on them.
Yeah,
Who
it's like
cares?
now it's the driving right now. When she first started
There you
driving,
go,
I'm on Life 360 looking at every turn where you are. And I'm like, see you later. But that
Checking
happens.
your will to make sure it's fine.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You start to trust your kids more, right? As they do more and more and more and more, you build that trust. And maybe that's a great analogy too, Justy. I love it. Like, we're at that point now where it's like, let's just go do this, man. Let's just go have some fun. Travis's last year. We're not saving anything anymore.
Yeah.
We want this to be a year to remember. We want to raise Lombardi, but we also want to entertain, and we want to have fun. Because I think Patrick, just from enough conversations that I've had, has been frustrated the last couple of years not being able to do what he was able to do before. And now you've got the ability to do that. You got an offensive line, hopefully, that, stays healthy. And then you got receivers that can run all over this field and a tight end and 3 running backs. Like, it could be a year that we all just like, man, this is freaking awesome, baby.
Yeah, that'd be nuts. I mean, especially with what you have.
Change the narrative.
Yeah. You got Xavier Worthy, who ran a 4.2 combine speed.
Yep.
His combine outfit is literally in the Hall of Fame. Pro Football Hall of Fame. You have a guy that's possibly could be suspended, but could come back and be the big body receiver in the middle. What are you going to do? Could you imagine those routes in Madden underneath with Rice and then over the top with Worthy? I know that I'm hard. Yeah, hit a pump and somebody that safety bites. Boom.
Done, touchdown.
Safety doesn't bite, 15 automatic yards.
That also goes into why they weren't able to do that stuff last year with all these injuries.
No, yeah.
Like, I know everybody just wants to wave a magic wand and Patrick Mahomes is just going to throw it deep. But when you don't have that guy underneath to have the safety potentially, and we are getting nerded out right now, but it just goes to show you, like, the injuries do matter. They all add up. And to still be 15-1 with all of those guys injured, I mean, what are we doing here, man? Like, remarkable.
Insane.
And now if all these guys stay healthy and they all play 16 games, you got the opportunity to do things you couldn't do last year because you didn't have the players out there on the field.
More likely this year, 90 catches for Kelsey, or the Chiefs actually play a meaningful 17th week game.
90 catches for Kelsey.
17th.
Okay. We'll wrap this show up on the other side and have some more exquisite conversations about OTAs and where Mac will be today and set up Friday, as it is the end of a Thursday show here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Hey, it's Bobby Witt Jr., and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I got to make an airport run today and grab my folks. And before we even get out of that airport parking lot, it's like Smokehouse Barbecue. Everybody, let's go. And we're going to go to Zona Rosa Smokehouse Barbecue and enjoy everything they have to offer, because that's always the first stop when I pick folks up at the airport. We go right to Smokehouse Barbecue. And we're probably going to start with some Cajun butter chicken wings and their homemade ranch dressing, maybe some barbecue nachos with the crispy meat and the pulled pork on top. And then we're going to decide what we're going to eat. Are we going to get some baby back ribs? Am I going to get that pulled chicken sandwich that I absolutely love right now? What about that burger with some pulled pork on top? Or maybe you want to finish off your perfect meal with a big slice of carrot cake that they have to offer. Whatever route you choose at Smokehouse Barbecue, you're going to be loving it. And, of course, you've got to get those hickory pit beans with everything you buy that cook under the brisket for the final few hours. You got pieces of brisket in the beans, and they got a flavor that nobody else can match. So check out one of their 3 locations, Independence, Gladstone, and Zona Rosa, or you can do all of your Father's Day catering and ordering at SmokehouseBBQ.com. That's SmokehouseBBQ.com. For over 35 years, locally owned and family operated, it's Smokehouse Barbecue.
Hey, everybody, it's Dusty Likens, and I don't have to tell you enough that the summer is heating up, so you need to cool down every once in a while, and there's nothing more refreshing to do that with than the ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka, or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. It's made with real brewed tea and real vodka. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles for 0 troubles. That's right, 0 carbonation as well, so it's easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. Whether it's that barbecue or whether it's that patio, they pair well with either one. Look for the can with the sunset stripes, sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. You must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Kansas City. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The DQ Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Baskets have more flavor than your taste buds know what to do with. We start with all white meat, breaded, seasoned, and fried to crunchy perfection. Next, we double down and toss them in honey barbecue or new buffalo sauce. Serve them up with DQ fries, Texas toast, and house-made Hidden Valley Ranch, and you've got flavor on flavor on flavor. Get the Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Basket in honey barbecue or new buffalo right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text BEACH to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful Fed incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BEACH to 42424. That's BEACH to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Baseball season is in full swing, and that means the summer heat is coming. The guys at Climate Control have been serving KC homeowners for over 35 years and know how to get your cooling system ready to handle our scorching hot summer weather. Stay cool and comfortable this summer. Call Climate Control today at 816-265-2830 and schedule your AC system tune-up for just $59. Don't wait. Visit ClimateControlKC.com today. Climate Control Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. Celebrate your dad this Father's Day with Centerfire Shooting Sports. Our most popular deal is back. 10 range passes for $115. That's over 40% in savings. Want to try something new? Our Dad's Day Out experience will give him a Father's Day he won't soon forget. And don't miss our Father's Day weekend ammo sale while supplies last. We have gift cards and more for the sportsman in your life. Stop in store or online at CenterfireShootingSports.com. Give him the gift he really wants this Father's Day. CenterfireShootingSports.com.
Hey there, Royals fans. We've got more ways to watch your boys in blue this season than ever before with FanDuel Sports Network. Subscribe directly to FanDuel Sports Network to stream all the action, or, new this season, Royals Baseball is now available on Amazon Prime Video as an add-on subscription. You can also access FanDuel Sports Network through TV providers like DirecTV, Spectrum, Xfinity, Fubo, and more. Visit Royals.com/TV to learn more.
I tell myself there's a chance, there's a possibility, there's an opportunity for me to try the 999 challenge. Just not sure I've got it in me. Because I don't know if you saw the video. Kramer and I went around the stadium on Tuesday when the Caglione home debut happened, where he had people spell Caglione.
It's a great video.
And I feel like Kramer constantly is like, dude, so we should do this, but like you do the 999. And I'm like,
no,
I just don't know if I can do 9 brews, 9 dogs, and 9 innings.
Has anybody ever completed that challenge that we know? Gold tried the other night.
He got 2 down. But see, that's the thing is like you have to do per inning.
Yeah.
So like I don't know like if my strategy changes or stays the same. Like do I top of the first, am I chugging the beer? And
Is
then
it the
bottom
whole
of
first
and
inning,
then the
right?
bottom of the first, I hit the dog.
Oh, that's interesting.
And then you've also got to give yourself time to get through the concession stand.
But how big a beer are you supposed to get, though?
I think it's just like a 12-ouncer if you can get it.
If you can find that.
That's the problem. They only now I will say in Detroit, everything's a 12 ounce and it's the same price as the big beers in Kansas City. Yeah.
So yeah, if I did like, I don't know, I think the 12-ounce for sure, the dogs is what would wreck me.
Can you substitute Surfside for the beer?
I'm sure I could.
Because now we're having a different conversation.
That would help. Those would be a little stronger.
But a little smoother and not
smoother.
as bloating, obviously. There's no bubbles. They're wonderful.
If that was the case, I would just shotgun a Surfside in the top of the first and then go stand in line for the dog, and I would just repeat until like the 4th inning, and then I would just like heavily chug. Either way. So
Man, I just have you talked to anybody who's completed that challenge? Be honest with yourself. Have you met anybody that's completed the 999 challenge? And if you have, great. But I'm not. I hear people talk about it.
From the 913, I would bet $100 I'd have that done before the 9th.
Well, that's not the way it works.
That's not the way it works.
Yeah,
That's why it's hard.
Yeah, you have to go 999.
Because then your belly starts talking to your brain, and your brain realizes you're full, and we can't do this anymore. Could I eat 9 hot dogs and drink 9 beers, like rapid fire?
I think it's the
probably.
I think it's the dogs. The beers are not the issue.
No, the beers
it's the
can
dogs.
happen, yeah.
It's the bun.
You got to
The
soak
bread.
it, and then
Got to chestnut it. Yep.
All right. So Zach Taylor, he's in the news now. Now that Cincinnati is continuing to go through these things.
Yeah, this is from Mike Garofalo. Bengals head coach Zach Taylor on Shamar Stewart leaving minicamp amid a contract dispute. Quote, every year you kind of learn something new in this position, and this is just one of those things that the players have managed really well.
That's a great comment. So basically, he's telling his team, I'm on your side. without telling them that he's on their side, because I'm sure there's a lot of players that are pissed off, and they're not pissed at the player, they're pissed at the organization. And when you're pissed at the organization, you're pissed at management. We all know how that works. Wherever you work, management sucks, right? Nobody wants to deal with that. And so the players are the same way. Management sucks, man. I don't want to deal with these people. And then to have your coach come out and basically, that would be like Spectre coming out and saying, everybody above me stupid. I don't agree with anything they're saying. I support you, right? You can't do that kind of stuff.
We would have a new program director.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Rob Britton would be in that office Monday.
And that's where I'm getting in a related story, Zach Taylor is no longer coaching the Bengals.
Exactly.
But I don't hate what Zach Taylor did. I love what Zach Taylor did, because that's him saying, I'm here for you guys. And now those players know this guy's for us. This guy is for us. He's not an empty suit middle management, because that's kind of some of these head coaches are middle management, right? Mm-hmm. And he's saying, I'm not middle management, man. No way. I'm on your side. And he said it as best he possibly could. And the Bengals got to hear that and go, oh, damn, man, or even our coach isn't supporting us right now. But he's got 53 other players that need to go out there and win games, and he's got to make sure he's got their back so they play their ass off for him. I love that move by Zach Taylor. Love it.
Look at you in 1 week coming around on Zach Taylor and Aaron Rodgers. Who'd have thought?
Why?
It's a new day. Yes, it is.
But opinions can change based on evidence given to you at the time. I know nobody wants to do that in this world.
No, of course not. This comes from Talon on Twitter. Dusty, I finished the 999 on Tuesday. Beers were not the problem by any stretch. It's the dogs. Innings 7, 8, and 9 are 10 times worse than innings 1 through 6. That's what I'm saying, man. You get to the 8th inning, you're like on dog number 8, you're like, dear God, I don't know if I've eaten 8 dogs in the last year.
Yeah, right? Like you start to get that feeling.
And when the same taste is occurring, you're like, this is just now, like, what am I doing?
And by that time of the game, it's repeating on you, and then you're like,
I was 10-2 with the Royals down. You're like,
if I was in college, I would do that, no problem, right? 300-pound Bob, let's go. Forget about it. Doesn't matter. Now I'm like, oh, God.
All right, here we go. 913. I will try it at home tonight and report tomorrow.
Oh, God, don't do that to yourself, man.
Go get a couple packs of Bar S. Nuke those things. Put the buns in the oven for like 30 seconds. Load them up. And get that fridge ready.
Are you putting condiments on these things? Are you eating them?
You have to mix it up. I think if I was doing a baseball game, I would do like all one would be ketchup, the next one would be all relish, the next one would be all mustard, the next would be like barbecue sauce, and then I would just go through.
And how would you cook the hot dogs if you were doing this at home? Griddle, boil, grill, fry?
I'm going to make them the best I possibly can. So I just put them in the Blackstone, just roll them constantly.
Yeah.
And then just keep going.
Will you boil them ahead of time in beer and then put them on the Blackstone? I think we're getting a little bit too far. But
somebody says, how can you do the 999 when they stop selling beers in the bottom of the 7th?
You buy one ahead of time and save it. It's not that hard.
There you go. I was waiting for somebody to get on that. Ketchup and onions on all 9. Ooh, buddy boy.
The onions I can do. The ketchup and onion combo?
Oh, I don't know about that one. If I had ketchup and onions,
I want to throw up right now thinking about it.
Because he's JAC.
I really want to
Or ketchup and onions.
Ketchup and onions.
Oh, golly. Yeah, you got to change up the condiments. That's the move. Somebody says grape jelly is the secret on the dog. That makes it taste like one of those like little smokies.
Grape jelly on a hot dog.
I don't think I hate it.
No, I don't hate that idea.
No, I'm thinking about it out loud. Like,
816 says, my money is Binkley would do it.
Yeah, but the thing with Binkley is he wouldn't play by the rules.
No, Binkley would be too confusing.
Yeah, when I gotta wait 9 innings, I'll eat 5 dogs in the first dust. I'll chug 4 beers. I got halfway there. Like, that's how the game works.
Right.
That's how I'm doing it.
Juice all over the place.
And then he would flip it on you to be like, let me see you eat 4 hot dogs and chug 4 beers in 2 innings. Dust man.
Yeah.
Well, that's not what I'm arguing.
No, we're not doing it that way. Here are the rules.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, somebody says straight Josh it and put mayo on the dogs. You put mayo on the dog. I'll be by a toilet going, because he's JAC. Is that on tune?
I think he's right there.
Okay. Just check.
I don't know if it's on time.
Does he think those are good?
That one's, he's yelling.
Yes.
Yeah, he does.
Yes, he does.
Okay. Because when I sing, I know it's really
The library's open? Yeah, I don't know, man. For the guy doing the challenge at home, throw $100 in the toilet to make it just like at the stadium.
Oh, wasting money. Gotcha.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you get a pack of Bar S's. That's like $1.89.
Are they that expensive now? Like
Yes.
sometimes, like you used to be able to get Bar S's for under $1 for 8 of them, right?
Oh man!
And why do they sell the buns in 12 packs and hot dogs in 8 packs?
Gosh. So there's more strategies coming up, and then Talon 194 on Twitter says the worst part about it is no one talks about the day after.
Oh yes,
that's always in my mind. I'm like, yeah, dude. Like you're just
or the week after.
You're just. Oh,
I guess the beer would push that through, but I mean, my God.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, imagine that first burp in the morning.
Oh.
And you use ketchup and onions.
Oh.
Yep, you better believe it. I don't want anything to do with that. Hey, fun show today, guys. We'll finish the week off tomorrow. We'll have one more qualifier and then a winner for that $500 Hy-Vee gift card for Father's Day. We'll get more into Oakmont tomorrow as well, plus Richard of the Week. And all that sort of stuff. Coming up next, though, it's Cody Gold and Drew from 10 to 2. Before we do that, though, go do something nice for somebody today. You never know. It could change their day, their week, their month, their year. It is simply cool to care. Kansas City, stay safe, stay kind, stay groovy. We'll talk to you tomorrow on a Friday.